But is that still the case? Is he barefoot? Because I know on Facebook somebody posted a picture of these could be his shoes, or is that so he is presumed to be barefoot at this point?
What I can say is that his mom says all of his shoes are accounted for at the house. I'm not going to say that he's barefoot.
All right.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Austin.
Oi, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinin.
You mean shining?
Shh, you wanna get sued?
Judgment, Austin.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Let's watch.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
Everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Thank you all so much for being here tonight. It's so good to see all of you. I see, let's see, I'll go up to the top and kind of scroll in. Thank you for being here, Seclusion Work. It's good to see you. I saw that you're driving the ICU crazy tonight. Hey, Chuchi, good to see you. Also, thank you, Chuji. Hit that like button, guys, please. And also 21 and over show, especially Night Court, right? We are definitely all adults in the Night Court. Thanks, Chuji. Hey, Gail, good to see you. So good to see you. And also, thank you so much, guys, for all the love. Green, and blue hearts tonight. I found a couple of updates also on Summer Wells. So we're also going to talk a little bit about Summer tonight, which, an interesting clip came across. And hey, Bo, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Also, let's see, who else do we have? Hey, Mama 70. Good. I'm glad you're here. Kiki had texted me and let me know. I know we're having issues, it looks like, in the chat with blockage and stuff like that. Hey, Lori, and if you ever get blocked, like an accident, excuse me, please feel free to text me, or excuse me, to email me and let me know that happened, because sometimes it does happen. Um, their seclusion works. Hey, Ann Reynolds, good to see you. Hey, Blessed, thank you so much for being here. Hey, Shadow, and good to see all of you guys. Thank you all so much for being here. Hey, Andrea, good to see you. Also, Valley Gal is here. Thanks for being here, Valley Gal. Let's see, who else do we have here? Oh, good. Yay. So, you have to, I think, seclusion, you would have to go into your blocked people, because maybe you hit a button on accident. And I know that happens sometimes. Like if we accidentally click a button, it has happened. Bugaboo. I know. I'm trying to think, Bo, if you go in there, hey, Witchy Mama. Um, I'm thinking if you go in there, and to your blocked people, and you should be able to do that. See, I do it from the studio, YouTube studio, but I don't know if you guys have that on your phones or not. I'm not an adult, I'm a mad scientist. I missed that one. Seclusion. Well, I'll tell you, we're going to get into a couple of things tonight. So, I have a great show planned for you all. We're going to look into Summer Wells's case. I shared a couple of clips just in case anybody wanted to watch them, pre-show. And then also I do want to go over Josh from the lab and the Cold Case Foundation with Chris McDonough was on the lab. He also has his own podcast as well. So we'll get into that, and I'll drop, we'll make sure to drop the links and everything for that. So the first thing I want to do, just right off the bat, is get into Summer's case. So we did a really awesome live last night pertaining to Summer Wells, and she has been missing from Tennessee for the last 4 years. And now we are seeing some movement in her case. There has been movement for the last couple of months. It's been pretty heavy. I mean, I would say really heavy. Even Father's Day, I remember we did a live special going over Don's statements. And, any father out there would cringe to hear Don's statements, in my opinion. He's a very weird guy. Josh plays a clip of him. I think he plays it in the live with him and Chris McDonough, but he's like talking about sitting down to pee. I mean, he's very out of sorts, this guy. And he just, he's vulgar and vile. Some of the things that he said, I can't ever get out of my brain. Some of them I heard late, I was late to the party on that one. Because these were out there and people were well aware of them, but Deception Detective put them in order, which I thought was really cool, and it was like the top 10, right? So that way we can listen to all of it. And cool, and needing, in dire need of a barf bag. But Little Summer Wells went missing back in June of 2021, right? And she is adorable. It's just a sad story all around. Summer would come up with these really short haircuts, right? And for many of us, when we see that, we just think, that maybe something could be wrong in terms of maybe, she had lice, so she had to have her hair short, or something. But when it happens over and over and over again, right? Or, hey, I got gum in my hair and now I got to cut it short, so, even it out now or whatever, those things happen. But, summer's hair is very, very short and at different points and stages in her life. And then Candace cut hers really short and said, "Oh, me and Summer just wanted to have, be twinsies," type of thing. Um, which is just really bad. So At Night has also added Summer to the missing reward. So it's a $500,000 reward for information, 844-922-3236. But there is, again, like I said, some movement in Summer Wells's case. And she's just a little ball of energy. She's adorable. Breaks my heart. But this could be a big break. So here's this clip for you guys.
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation tells us TBI and FBI has searched an area this past week in the continued search for Summer Wells. It's our breaking news tonight.
It's been more than 4 years since Summer Wells was last seen. The then 5-year-old was reported missing from her home in the Beach Creek community in Hawkins County.
There's been no sign of the little girl since, and law enforcement from several agencies have worked countless tips over the years. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniels spoke with TBI, who says the case is far from cold. Ansley?
Yeah, Sarah and Casey, there have been more questions than answers since Summer Wells disappeared from her home in Hawkins County on June 15th of 2021. But today, the TBI confirmed that their agents, along with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office and the FBI, continue to investigate what happened to Summer. They say that last week, on November 13th, their agents, along with detectives, were at a location in the 3500 block of Van Hill Road in Greenville, following up on a lead in the case. That's about 9.5 miles from the Wells family home on Ben Hill Road via State Route 347. Now, we followed up with the TBI asking if they could provide details about the nature of the tip, if anything substantiated from it, and how long it had been since their agents followed up on a lead like this in the field. The spokesperson couldn't tell us those details, but said that agents follow up on leads as they come in, and the investigation remains active and ongoing.
Okay, so right there, guys. So what they're telling us, if we kind of try to read between the lines a little bit. Hey, Poppy Love, good to see you. Hey, Sammy. What they're trying to kind of tell us here is that they follow up on leads as they come in. So this was a new lead, in my opinion, from what they've just said. They were following up on something that was fresh that was given to them. So. But what they can confirm is that this was on the 3500 block of Van Hill Road in Greenville. And again, that was 9.5 miles from the Wells's home. The TBI says agents are following up on the leads as they come in. So obviously this was a new lead. I know there was one that had come in a couple of months ago, like I said. I know there was a whole lot of controversy about it. But nevertheless, we have a brand new lead, it seems, that has come in, and they're following up on that.
Now, this is the first update outside of law enforcement sharing age-progressed photos and ensuring the case is not cold and that they haven't forgotten about Summer. We also reached out to the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office, Ronnie Lawson, and have yet to hear back from him or his office. It's important to note, though, that there is still an active Amber Alert for Summer, and no one has been arrested or charged in connection to her disappearance.
The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
And, Ronnie Lawson was a person of interest. I know we spoke about him briefly here. And then there was a lot going on with his son. A lot of times in these smaller areas, there is a lot of SA going on. Hey, Kiki, good to see you. There is a lot going on. And people keep it quiet. And then we have, Ronnie Lawson, who's supposed to be heading up this investigation, no comment, right? So here's this next one that I wanted to show. Just bear with me. Oh, this is a good one. Let me go ahead and see here. Now, this was from 5 hours ago.
Continuing to follow.
And this is about Summer Wells's parents declining media requests after new law enforcement search, right? Justin's got the two of them all looking. That's been Candace's face, though. All right, here we go.
TBI's statement of a new lead the agency followed up on in the search for Summer Wells.
It happened at the 3500 block of Van Hill Road, not far off from where Summer was last seen over 4 years ago. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniel has followed up on this new information as the Amber Alert for Summer still remains active.
This is Van Hill Road. It's about 9.5 miles from the Wells family home on Ben Hill Road, where Summer was reported missing. As you can see, there are posters here with her information on them. And last week, law enforcement conducted a search on this road in the 3500 block. It's about 2 miles back from where I'm standing here. It's very similar to Beach Creek, as the homes are spread out and there is a lot of land. It's also close to the Greene County line. We did reach out to Dawn and Candace after the TBI confirmed a recent search in their daughter's case. They said they do not want to be interviewed as they are waiting to hear more from the TBI and, quote, otherwise it is just more drama and stirred pain, so there was nothing to say, end quote. We reached out to Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson too and have yet to hear back. We also stopped by his office today and were told that he wasn't in. The TBI couldn't tell us what the tip about Summer was that led them here to Van Hill Road, or if anything came of it.
And guys, we did talk with John B last night. Jen and I did, and we multi-streamed, so you can find it on either one of our channels. And you know, it's the area does seem like it could be a hot spot, as Jen would put it, but then also, you know, it's not terribly far, and it would be near all of the areas where they were um, themselves driving around, right? So maybe they're waiting to hear, and maybe they're on pins and needles because they know, you know, it's kind of tick tock for them. Maybe that's why they're not coming out and publicly speaking. For me, the drama wouldn't matter. You know, drama is part of life. Drama happens. People are going to do what people are going to do. You can't control what they're going to do, what they're going to say. But I'd be on there going to bat, you know, where's my kid? You know, I really hope that they can find her. You know, I'm scared that they're looking where they're looking, right? Not because I have involvement, but because they're actually looking in fields and things and outside for my daughter, and she's been missing for four years, over 4 years. That would be my main focus. I don't understand Candace and Don, and I don't think I ever will.
In Hawkins County, Ansley Daniel, News Channel 11.
Okay, so, and Ansley Daniel is one that's been on the case right from the beginning. We talked about her yesterday. So great coverage there. Really praying that they come up with something in Summer Wells' case. You know, it's just been too long. Hey, Kelly, good to see you. Hey, Leslie, thanks for being here. You know, so it's terribly sad. And with Summer, you know, I have a couple of working theories on Summer. You know, and I've heard a lot of really valid comments and theories over the years. You know, anything could have happened. We have a mother who is trying to get an underage boy liquored up, right? Letting Summer swim and do all these things. Well, they're not really paying attention to her. They're too busy on their phones and getting, you know, liquored up. And, you know, God only knows what else they were doing down there. Grandis won't talk, you know, and that always sends up red flags for me when the family shuts down and doesn't want to speak. I understand it's a painful situation, but I'm always surprised. But I will say that not everybody is going to want to speak, right? Some people are more private individuals, but I just don't think that that's the case with Don and Candace. I think they have guilty knowledge. You know, because again, Summer didn't just go poof, right? Hey, lovable Mama Bear, good to see you. You know, so it's not, I don't know, it's just not normal behavior. Yeah, Miss Ann, it's really easy for that to happen too, is just tapping on someone's name and accidentally blocking them. Yeah, I'm glad you guys got it figured out. Um, but yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that this lead turns something up. We were actually kind of looking into the tree service a little bit, and I'd like to talk more and do maybe just like a Summer Wells update, deep dive type of a thing. Um, because I have a lot that was shared with me. Hey Jude sent me a lot of information that I still haven't even, you know, come out with, or presented to you all. So I would like to do that, and I think we will do that here coming up, whether we do it on a day or a night court. But I think, hey IML, good to see you. Um, I think it's important that we do that too at this time. Spread some more awareness, put some more pressure. Don and Candace, talk about drama. Thanks, Chuchi, for the Purple Hearts. They talk about drama, but they never talk about their child. It's very odd. It's just very odd. And then some of the statements that Donna's made, have been just utterly disgusting. So, let me look. I know I shared Josh's live with Chris McDonough. Oh, here we go. And this is how far I got. Isn't that terrible? Okay. So let me go ahead. I don't want to play his old intro. There.
The 3-year anniversary of the Idaho killings, and which it does sort of feel like yesterday, but it also feels like a long time ago too. And how far it's come, and now that the case is adjudicated, everybody can sort of. I know that you had the Gonsalves family on your show the other day, like a week or two ago. And if you haven't, make sure to get over there and check that out. And Chris has had a few different conversations with him. And but you know who my favorite guest of yours was, and I was actually listening to his testimony just the other night. Mark Tinsley.
Yeah, Mark's pretty cool.
Yeah. So I watched the other day. It came up where he was being cross-examined. I don't know if you've seen his cross-examination in the Alex Murdaugh trial, where the defense lawyers, I mean, he is probably one of the most brutal takedowns of a defense attorney I've ever seen in my life. Absolutely brilliant, genius, almost to the point of entertaining and then embarrassing for the defense. I just thought I think he's him and his wife both, and I believe they have a new podcast out as well. I don't have the name for it, but I see if I can find it. But make sure to sub up to them. They just seem like they seem like great people, and you just had them on a few weeks ago, I noticed as well.
Yeah, Stephanie and Mark are amazing people, and I think her podcast is what they missed.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's doing really well.
Great name for a podcast.
I would imagine. I mean, they're both really sharp people, and very grounded. And like I said, when I watched it the other day, and it's like he goes on with the guy for about 30 minutes or so, and it's like chess and checkers with him. I mean, he's slick, he's smart. You could tell he's smart, but he's also he's very measured, humble, doesn't get upset, about things, and so anyway, check out the interview room. Great content over there. But you look great, Chris. How are you? I mean, you look healthy.
Well, artificial intelligence just does wonders for a lot of people. I feel great. Karen and I are doing well. We had a little scare with Buddy the other night, though. He must have eaten something because he was lethargic all night. And I thought for sure, oh my gosh, he's having some heart issue or something was going to happen. And I just prayed and, I laid down next to him. You ever done that with your dog when they're sick? And, he put his little nose up against mine and, I was just, talking to him. And I thought, okay, if he makes it through tonight, we're good to go. And he did, thank goodness. We woke up the next day and, he was lethargic all day though. And I thought, oh man, there's something going on. Do I rush him? Do I take him in or did he eat something? And I thought, you know what? I think he ate something. So took him on a walk, massive blowout, 3 alarm fire, 911. What's your emergency? I got a Jack Russell who just started a fire from his rear, and said we're en route. And once that happened, it was like, holy crap, not literally, but I took him home, and he's been fine.
Yeah. That happens, honestly, from you've had dogs your whole life. I've had dogs my whole life. Those things happen, but I tell you, what's that?
I love the chat. Like, oh my Zoe, that's hysterical.
It certainly makes you sick to see. It's so difficult to watch your dog not feel good and go through something. And so I know the feeling, but yeah, sometimes for some reason they're just either they get sick like we do. Yeah, dogs get sick, and was he eating and drinking?
Yes, no, for 24 hours, and that's why I thought, oh wow,
if it goes on longer, I guess.
Yeah, But, now he's like, just hammering it.
Yeah, did he got the poison out?
Yeah, I think so. I think he ate something, and we didn't see what he did. So
yeah, Otis likes to eat my AirPods sometimes. Like, I'm not even kidding. I walked out back one time, and he was just out there, in his hunched position. And I watched him shoot one of them out of his butt.
Oh, that'll work. And just wait till he eats the translators and starts speaking
I want to
Spanish.
fast forward, but I don't know what to do. I'm sorry, that was
He
hilarious.
come up to me, and I threw it. I could hear "Cómo estás?"
Oh, yeah. ¿Cómo está, amigo? Yeah. Lave sus manos.
Comprende. Just see him. He starts speaking German.
¿Quiénes es más macho? Sí. And then if he eats the Japanese wannabe, Nihongo shawa desu koshi desu ne. Hai, so desu ka?
Is that which way to the pharmacy?
No, I speak a little Japanese.
I wasn't even close.
So desu ka?
I wasn't even close. Which way to the pharmacy?
Which way to the pharmacy? Exactly. Oh man.
Yeah. So
yep. If he eats a translator, he'll be the first dog on the planet, speaking French,
He's gonna need to go work for the post office or something.
He's a Frenchie. He'll be pumping it out, bro.
No French, but he snorts.
Parlez-vous français?
Parlez-vous français?
Like, wow, where'd you learn that?
I know. The other day I was watching it. He was watching all along the Western Front. He was rooting for the French.
Exactly.
I didn't know. He was like, right where the Treaty of Versailles was coming in, he got really excited about it and was like, "This is the best part of the movie." Oui.
Yeah. Macho Liberty.
That's what I call Macho. I call him Mucho because he's so fat. He's like a little piglet. But anyway, so yeah. Anyway, I have some interesting audio that was released just the other day, and some people have talked about it. And I've listened to it, and I played it on my After Dark a little bit. And this is about the Sebastian Rogers case. This sort of kind of gives you an insight into what was going on within like sort of the first 50 days, how of this investigation. I was just curious to get maybe your reaction to it. And we can listen to it. And then, when you want to react to it, you just obviously, hey, stop or whatever you want to do. But, so we can do that if you're up for it.
Absolutely.
Very good.
Hey, digging the hat too, bro.
Thank you.
The bear.
Appreciate it. Yeah. I got it. My sister got it for me for my birthday.
You have a birthday coming up, right?
Yes, Saturday. So what's today? Thursday? So day and a half.
Nice.
Yeah.
We get the younger you tonight.
Yeah.
And then Sunday we'll get the older you.
Yeah.
The older version.
Tonight it'll be like, hey, everybody, how's it going? And then Sunday it'll be, hey, everybody, how are you? Good
now, how old are you in dog years?
Okay, guys, I just want to pop in. They're cracking me up. And happy birthday to Josh too. I did not get the November birthdays. I am so bad with that. It's not good. Hey, C Taylor, good to see you. Holly S, thanks for being here. Hey, Ray, True Colors, good to see you. Hey, Faye, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Good morning. Yeah, so this is gonna be funny in the beginning. They're very good together, the two of them. I mean, I love watching when Dr. Gary's on as well. But this is a really good one, guys. So we're gonna laugh too, even though CP's coming, right? Because this is what they're reviewing is the 50-day phone call between, well, it was more or less where I think there was a FaceTime call with Chris. Katie was present, right, with Heather Cohen. I don't know if Chloe was there. I might have to change my title because the more I listen to it, the more I think that she wasn't there. I think it was only Heather that was getting her ass chewed that day. I knew he was going to do that. That was so funny, C. Taylor, because I was laughing with Josh when he said, today I'm going to be myself, young self, and then I'm going to be an old man. I thought that was so funny. I'll have to turn it off because I thought I was muted and I'm over here giggling over backstage here. Lori says I do too, lady. Yeah, they're so good. Yeah, I would love I love to know what he's because I didn't get too far into this. I mean, I watched probably that's why I'm not sure like when they start talking about everything and when they didn't, but that was too funny because Django actually he didn't eat an earbud, but he chewed it up. And when he said macho, shot it out his butt, I died over that. Hey, perfectly imperfect boy mom, good to see you. We love Dr. Gary, don't we? He's great. He's great. I'll have to drop Dr. Gary's link too. I'm dropping. I'm a link dropper over here. But yeah, he's a mad scientist. IML. He's so good. He is. He's really really good. Thank you, Lori. So yeah, we'll get right into it. And like I said, trigger warning about CP. He's going to be in the background. He sounds like he's actually there. He's yelling so loud. It's kind of off-putting, but here we go.
I don't know, 525.
Nice. Well, happy birthday.
Thank you. Yeah, 40 years old. I'll be 40.
Wow.
Very
nice.
It's kind of it's sort of a it's quite a milestone birthday. I think about that sometimes. I don't know why, but I don't know. It's just like those, 20, 30, 40. And let me see here. I do. I want to change my birthday because Don Wells is tomorrow.
Don Wells?
Yeah, we share like a birthday week. Like, if we, it's such crap. If we were staying at a hotel, it would be, our birthdays would be like conjoined rooms.
Silly.
Yeah, we would be in the same cell block.
Silly.
And I just don't want that. But so somebody said that their birthday's on Saturday too, and that they'll be 60. And then Samantha, you and my son share the same B-day.
Awesome. Well, happy birthday to him too, Samantha.
Yeah, happy birthday. I'm still young enough, huh?
But think you share a birthday week with Donnie.
Not even a birthday week, like a birthday 26 hours. It's like, I know. It sucks.
Here's to corn dogs. Here.
If I could, honestly, I would probably, I would move his birthday to probably like, I don't know, January 29th or something. It just far away from me.
You still have that soundbite?
Which one?
With Donnie, his voice.
Where he said he's sitting down to pee?
Anyone, they're all hysterical.
See, I don't know. Let me check.
Do you have it loaded on your board?
I have, yeah, I think so. Hold on.
Do you still use that board?
I do.
Awesome.
Do you use yours?
Yeah.
Hold on. I'm bringing it up here for a little happy birthday.
I can't believe I learned this information. You held this back from me.
I tried to quell it for some time, but it's like, it's almost pointless. Here we go. I have like, hold on. You're gonna love this, Chris.
Share it with Grandis too.
That's that
with Grandis.
Listen to that. Really?
Yeah.
I was actually just sitting down to pee, but whatever,
Oh, you can't make this up. Oh my goodness.
Don Wells, you guys.
Oh. And the Russian judge says 10. Oh, do it again. Do it again.
Just sitting down to pee, but whatever,
Happy birthday, Don. Oh man. Just to here, make sure we.
I was actually just sitting down to pee, but whatever,
You had another one too. That was just the one I tried really hard or something.
Oh yeah, that's my old board, but that was when he would go, I tried, it's really tough, I got to put that one back on too. That was,
oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, you guys. That is so great. Oh my goodness. Taylor says in his intro and his outro. What guy says that? I've literally never heard anybody say that before, Don. And he's like, whatever. Hey, Jackie. Oh my goodness. Oh, they just make it so easy on us. How do you not laugh at that? Hey, Joe. Come on, we need the guys to come out of the bushes for this one. Okay, if we have any guys out there, I didn't know you guys are all commenting on Josh turning 40. You guys, I didn't know he was younger than me, and then I was looking, I was like, oh yeah, he's younger than me. I could tell he's got a baby face. You got me cracking up too. Oh my goodness. Laughter is the best medicine, twists and turns. Thank you for being here. Oh, funny. And that's Don. He's being for real. He doesn't realize how funny it is to anybody listening to it. He just, it's like, wow. Oh my goodness. It's too much. It just is. And then watching their reaction is so funny because, Chris is usually so serious, He does have a good sense of humor. Right over here. But he's a guy. He's a grown man. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Exactly. Andrea says, Don, serious, us laughing our butts off, right? Oh my gosh, I had to mute because I knew I was just gonna be like a ball of laughter over here. Oh my goodness. Oh, they should. We need people. We need people to study these weird phenomena, the weird phenomena that is Don Wells. Oh my goodness. And Candace has said some weird stuff to herself, some really off the wall stuff. They're so good, aren't they, Lovable Bear? They really are. Oh, happy birthday to your niece. Yay. Aw. Your twin's niece's birthday. Oh, that's awesome. Happy sweet 18th birthday. My goodness. Now that's a good birthday. When you're 18, it's like, all right, Oh, that's fantastic. Bo. Josh calls one of his young adult sons on his show. Sometimes they're hilarious. I've watched that. Yes, I've watched that too, C. Taylor. Yeah, I love listening. I'll always I always tell him, Josh, you need to read the Hunger Games, all of them. Every single one of them. You're missing out. He's not, he doesn't want to. I can tell. He's like, not gonna happen. You are? Oh no, he's on your shit list, Joe. Oh Lord. No, Josh is really, really good. Well, at least you get to watch him over here. Hey, Brenda Sue. You must have made one of the mods mad over there, Joe. Like Daffy Duck's Looney. Oh my goodness. Why are we not surprised with that? All right. Well, here we go, guys. Okay.
That was funny. I don't care who you are. That's funny right there. That is funny.
I like how he kind of, if you hear him kind of chuckle at the end, because there was time where he was on a live stream and he was sitting on the toilet. And for some reason, his phone was like down on the ground, but it was like facing him, so you could see that he was on the toilet. So then everybody assumed that he was going to the bathroom. He was like, well, I was just going pee. And this was his response to that.
I was actually just sitting down to pee, but whatever, you know.
But whatever, though. That's too much time in prison, Chris.
That's a sick puppy. Yeah, that's nasty. You can't make that stuff up.
Happy birthday. But anyway, that was
well, I needed that, so I appreciate that.
Did that bring you some
Gave me a warm.
Okay, so this and you know, just tell me when you want me to stop and we can.
So what? Okay, give me the context of this, because
this is a hired PI by the Rogers family. 50 something days in to the investigation. She's trying to get a hold of them to talk to them, and they are upset that she came onto their property. Which, by the way, you know, and I know that people will like say, you know, look, I don't know what they went through the first few weeks. I know that there were people everywhere. I probably wouldn't want people on my property either. I would probably go about it a little differently, but Heather was the lady's name, and so I just like
she's an attorney, or what is she?
She's a private investor, like a licensed private eye that was hired by the Rogers family, and she was getting in contact with them, so maybe they could work together, you know. And now I want to preface this by saying that there is some foul language, mostly by Chris Proudfoot. Shocker there.
Right. And so, yeah. And, you know, I can agree here where it's like, you know, it's got to be off-putting. There's a lot of people in the neighborhood and that sort of stuff, but there's not a whole lot that they could do about a private eye coming to visit. I mean, if it's a private eye, my big thing is just even seeing how tough it is for Jessica to kind of find a good private eye that's an actual private eye, right? That has credentials, that, you know, and all of that sort of stuff. And then, you know, paying that person or finding that person that would help you do that is a lot for these families, right? Financially. Also, you know, you have to have a certain level of trust with these people. And we do know that was broken in some capacity in this case, even. Nothing is going to work perfectly, I mean, for anything, but, you know, from my standpoint, yeah, I really wouldn't want people trespassing on my property, like coming in my backyard or hopping my fence. But if somebody came and knocked on my door, I mean, why are you so defensive? Is the question that I have, you know? Oh no, Brenda Sue. Oh, see. That's terrible. That is terrible. That is what a good treatment does to me. Ah, Jackie says there's no privacy in Don's place anyway, no walls, right? He has no privacy for himself if he's just, you know, sitting down to pee and talking with everybody to see it. Chris said, that's funny. I don't care who you are. Hey, Jen, good to see you. We're over here watching, well, we're watching Josh and Chris McDonough, but we were laughing because he played a clip from Don Wells when he's sitting down to pee like a weirdo. How does one know if one has liver cancer? Well, I guess you would have to have a biopsy of whatever the mass is in the liver that you have. Joe, I'm guessing. I don't know. Why? You think you have liver cancer? That dungeon in the basement creeps me out. Oh my gosh, it feels dark. Yes, Tina. And the way that he just, like, Candace just goes down. Oh my gosh. And Chris McDonough was the one that was there. And that was a moment I don't think anybody will ever forget, when Candace takes, you know, Chris into the dungeon or invites him into it. And he's just like looking at her like, what in the world? And like, I wouldn't go down there. I'd take, is there an alternate route? But he's braver than I. Little Miss Sharon. Imagine everyone staring up at the pedestal at Donna and Jackie. Oh my gosh. And he's like, whatever. Like, oh my. Don on the throne. Well, happy birthday there, Don.
But yeah, there's some of that. And let me see. And Deanna, thank you for becoming a member. And Sharon says, thank you, Josh and Chris, for covering this. God bless you both. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon, Sirius Black as well. All right, let's say we just dig in and listen.
Can I tell her who's?
Yeah, my name's.
Can I tell her who's?
Yeah, my name's Heather. I came by yesterday. Hi, Katie.
What can I do for you? Are you the woman that trespassed my property yesterday?
I actually didn't. I walked down your neighbor's property and then down the easement and then up the
That's
other
not
side.
an easement. I own that. That's my property.
Well, the fence says no trespassing. I didn't come on the property.
That is my property.
The easement. That's a public
I
easement.
own it. It's mine. I own it.
I am here to try to clear you.
I
So,
don't need you to clear me.
so I don't know why you're being defensive with me.
Okay, so can I ask you a question?
Absolutely.
First, can you identify yourself?
Yeah, I did already. My name's Heather, private investigator.
Well, you're coming to my house. And you're
I am. I'm investigating the disappearance of your stepson. So do you want him found or no? Because if you do, then why would you have a problem with me coming to talk to you guys?
Well,
real simple, because we're asking you questions and you're telling us that you can't answer those questions. So why should we answer any?
I absolutely did not trespass.
there's no such thing.
There's nothing. There is a such thing as a public easement. It's not posted.
I own it. I have signs on.
Okay, your fence has a sign. I didn't
Just
talk
3
about
foot inside of the
Okay,
property.
take it up with, if you want to report it to law enforcement, do it. Take it up with them. I am trying to help. Okay, so if you want somebody to help you, that's what I'm doing. So calm down, talk to me like civil human beings. I'm trying to help find him. I've been talking to sex offenders in the area.
Law enforcement has done that.
Okay, and I'm going to do it too because I'm working it too. And I have that right, and the person that hired me has that right. Anybody has that right.
He's also blatantly accusing me of murder when I didn't.
I haven't accused you of shit.
I didn't say you did. I said he did.
Okay, well, I'm trying to decide who is on my radar and who is not. I talked to sex offenders. That is my focus.
Go ahead.
So how does this get to be a three-way call? Do we know?
I think Heather called Katie.
Yeah.
And that Chris was in the background. Like he's not actually, I think he's there with her. And so he kind of is hovering over the call. And you'll hear later on in the call that he makes it very clear that nobody's to talk to his wife without him being there.
Oh, okay.
Right now, in my mind, you're not a person of interest, but I'm coming here trying to talk to you.
It's not a good look to trespass either. Like that's my point.
Look like, ma'am.
It's posted
So, let me
all
tell you
4
something.
ways.
I just came from the TBI headquarters in Jackson, Miss.
Honey, I'm going to tell you, as a PI, I have a lot more leeway with things I can do and people I can talk to. And this isn't my first rodeo. I've worked cases like this before. I have got
Okay. So Seth says it's not a call that this is in person.
information that TBI or law enforcement's not able to get, and I have passed it along, and it has helped the case. I mean, that's all I can tell you.
What have you passed along that's helped this case?
I just started working this case. I haven't even.
Okay. So Heather, so she was there, I think, and Katie called him. Is that what happened? Okay. So that's what they say. So she shows up at the house, then Katie calls him, and that's how.
Got a chance to talk to you or Katie yet.
Well, here's the thing. You're not talking to her by herself. Period.
Okay.
You're not going to talk to my
Okay,
wife.
fine. Set up.
What do you think of that, Chris? What do you think? You know, she's a private investigator. She has no, jurisdiction to, arrest or charge or anything like that. She's just that she's hired to help. And Chris saying, 50 days in, you're not going to talk to my wife by herself. I mean, is that, what's that?
Period.
It's not happening. Nobody's talking to her by herself. I mean, is that just being a protective husband, or do you think that's like a let me spearhead this situation? Because this was sort of what happened with Dawn as well, where, he became the spokesperson for the family, and that he feared Candace talking to anybody without him directing the narrative.
Well, let's just back up just for a second, okay? Have I left the house?
No.
Okay. And then when you hear stuff like this, you go, okay, well, let's apply common sense here. And that common sense is pretty clear that it's control, dominance, and power. And he is displaying that. If your child if there's nothing going on anywhere, anyhow, no cats, no, coming out of the hat, no rabbits, no nothing, then you cooperate with the authorities. It's that simple. Or you at least have a sense of decency because your child is missing, to say to somebody, anybody, and yeah, granted, people respond, differently, emotionally, etc., but they don't respond with anger.
Boom, right, guys? Boom. Okay, because they don't respond with anger. It is about power, dominance, and asserting control, right? On Katie's part as well. So I just kind of want to add that in as my opinion, that Katie is also matching Chris's energy and showing that dominance. This is my property. You're trespassing on my property. And then Chris is like, whoa, 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 my house and all of this, right? So it's absolutely all about power control. And, Holly S. said it really well up here. And I just want to make sure I'm not misquoting you. Holly says manipulation through chaos. Absolutely. Absolutely. And you don't meet someone who's trying to help you with that type of an anger at all. Ever. You just wouldn't think to do it, right? Because you don't know where your child is. Joe, it's too hard to tell if Heather is Jewish or not, because it's a religious it's a religion. Um Not an ethnicity, so to speak. I mean, but yeah, I think it's just one of those things where they're absolutely showing that they would rather dominate by chaos, manipulation, feigning. A lot of it sounds fake, right? I mean, even though he seems angry, it's like they're doing it for another reason as well. But they are meeting her with anger, the tone, everything about that is angry. KJ Maxx says, considering KP called the foot immediately when another female came to the door, she is absolutely using the foot as her guard dog. Yeah, good point, KJ Mac. I agree. I agree, because the minute, right, that like, as a mother who was by yourself in the house that night, what could you possibly need a guard dog for? So great point. Why would you need that? Joe, please behave in the chat. Um, More concerned about everything else but Sebastian. Exactly, Tina. Exactly. And, it's one of those things where if they really didn't know where Sebastian was, they wouldn't be acting like this, right? They would say, "Oh, hi, Heather. So nice to meet you. Seth said that he was working with you." Or how about, we saw you. I think she was already on, what is it? News Nation. I think that they had already made that appearance, Seth and Heather. I'll have to go look back for the clip of it. But they made an appearance together, and I remember thinking to myself, "Oh, thank God, Seth has someone as a private investigator for him." I was really excited about that. And this is how she's treated. And obviously, we didn't know this because this is a newer audio that's been presented to us. Faye says, "Well, Katie, actually, your house is a crime scene your son disappeared from. It's not your house anymore." Well, and Faye, I understand that frustration too, where, they're acting like everybody wants to know about their house, but really it has more to do with Sebastian being missing. So I agree that their house is the crime scene of where Sebastian went missing from. So naturally, that's going to be the focus. But they never wanted that, did they? As a matter of fact, the police helped them out with that. The TBI did, at least, because this is from the TBI flyer, right? And this is also, it says Nashville field office, right? Last seen on February 25th, 2024. They changed it in the area of Stafford Court. But that's not true, because they said they have no evidence that Sebastian left the house. They really don't have evidence, I don't think, that he made it home, except for maybe him taking out the trash to the end of the driveway in the grainy video that has been talked about. So, and that Seth had, Seth seen, and he said, you can't tell. You would just be grateful that someone was there to help in the case. Absolutely, Andrea. You'd say, "Thanks, Heather." You would never treat her that way. If you were in fact upset about her trespassing on your property, you would say, "Hey, Andrea, excuse me, not Andrea. Hey, Heather, We saw you on the property and our neighbors were concerned yesterday. We didn't realize you were the, PI on the case. Nice to meet you. Right? So they could have been upset initially, like, who's this weird lady? We don't know. She's looking around our house. But then once she introduces herself, that anger should dissipate a bit, and it doesn't. Katie probably knows she had to call Chris right away, or he will spend his weekend with another woman. Well, I'm wondering that too, Carla. The only reason that I wonder that is because it doesn't seem to me that when Sebastian was at his dad's house every other weekend, that Chris was coming home to Katie. And it makes me think that he may have been withholding love from her. And that is something that narcissists will do to get their way. Right? They use the silent treatment. They withhold love. They put you on a pedestal in the beginning, and then the minute that you do something they don't like or whatever, they take the love away from you. And they do. They'll cheat. They'll make you feel like crap. So I can definitely see that. And especially if I'm right, which I don't know, it's just my opinion, that he wasn't coming home because he said he hadn't been home the entire month. But Sebastian goes to his dad's every other weekend, so why weren't you home with your wife? There were some major issues there, in my opinion. Major issues between them. They don't have any civility or decorum. Thanks, Seclusion. Well said. At all. They have money, but they're still very common. Absolutely. Yeah, and Chris is very common. Oh my gosh. You can dress him up, but you can't take him anywhere. KJ Maxx says, but the FBI cleaned that video up and you can tell it's him from his Naruto run, according to KP. Right? Exactly. Well, and that's the thing. And she put that out. I think it was like April 14th or 12th. It was sometime in April when she did that solo interview, the only one that I know of that she's done. And she says, he has a very unique run. Sebastian has a very unique run. He runs like Naruto, the anime character. And I remember looking up Naruto and I'm like, oh, okay. So he runs with his hands behind him. And then later on, we find out that she's pushing that narrative about the trash and how he took the trash out and ran back like Naruto. So very interesting. Brenda Calvert says, I bet he's watching cameras on his phone and he called to warn Katie, in my opinion. Very possible. And the neighbors are very much loyal to Chris and Katie. I don't know if they've been threatened. I don't know if they would just rather, because they have to live next to them, just concede. They've probably heard and seen Chris's behavior. I know that Bobby the neighbor was threatened, and she talks to everybody. She's the OG neighbor. She talks to everybody, right? So I'm sure that word got around that you don't want to cross Chris because he's psychotic. And because, he disappeared his, stepson, in my opinion. And a lot of people feel that way, even though they don't say it, in my opinion. I bet he's watching the cameras on his phone. Oh, sorry. I read that one. I meant to go down to the next one. She denied special forensics and cadaver dogs into the house. Why, Katie? Your actions are exactly the opposite from what your mouth is saying. Yeah, they are very much so. Very much so. Yeah, money does not buy class at all. You really have to make a conscious decision not to stoop to that level, Lori. You really do. You really do. She could have done the trash and she was wearing a hoodie. Well, and we talked a little bit about that too. I wanted to kind of bring that up and do another live about, the shoes and stuff, because I know we've done that before. I have to maybe even find and review an old one. But they were wearing similar shoes, almost identical shoes. And then Katie was dressed in dark clothing, not black, because I thought that it was a black hoodie, but it's more of like a deep, navy blue when it was in the light. Always defensive and confrontational, in my opinion, says Mean People or Twist and Turns. Yes, absolutely. Jackie T says, surely if he took the trash out and was seen grainy video when he supposedly left uh later via the front door, he would have also been seen on video, in my opinion. I think that is a very logical conclusion, right? Because yeah, you would think that something, even if we couldn't make it out, would be, coming out of the door, right? Because presumably all of the lights would be off, right? We know that the porch light wasn't on that night. We know that the house was blacked out completely. We know that there were uh places for them to have the floodlight bulbs in, but they took them out and then they put them in after Sebastian went missing. Everything was just after Sebastian went missing, oh, we're going to get cameras after he went missing. So absolutely. They need a crash course for sure. For sure, seclusion. Sammy says if KP has defended Sebastian like he defended that easement, excuse me, I said if KP had defended Sebastian like she defended that easement, CP and his sisters and nieces, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers wouldn't be missing, in my opinion. She cared about her son's well-being as much as she cares about. Yeah, I agree. The money and the comfort and the man, right? I agree with that. Yeah, I agree. I agree, lovable mama bear. If they were trying to help find one of my children, I would want them to look everywhere and anywhere, right? I'd invite her in. I'd say, "Do you have, would you like some coffee? Can I get you a water? Thank you for doing this." None of that. I understand you're working with my ex-husband Seth. Thanks for stopping over. Thanks for including us. Something, right? Because they didn't pay. They didn't put in for a private investigator, did you guys? Did you, Chris? No, you didn't. Katie, where you at? No, you didn't. You didn't give any money to Heather Cohen, but you sure did complain on every single chance you got, on every single podcast you got to complain on. I don't have money for a GoFundMe. I gotta go to work. Well, what Seth did with that money is he hired a private investigator. Now, did he? And didn't he? And did you give any money to it? No, you didn't. Just shut your trap unless you're going to say thank you. That's really, really crazy, in my opinion, that you would go after somebody that you didn't pay for, but yet they're still sitting there trying to help you find your son. I do think they did forensics, Faye, but I think that they were too late in doing so. They should have done it the first day. They should have taken Katie down for an interview at the police station. As soon as Chris got to town, he should have went to the police station. As soon as Seth got off of work, he should have been at the police station, right? For questioning. No offense, Seth. I know you didn't do anything. I'm just saying. They all should have been down there for questioning about their whereabouts and what they were doing the night when Sebastian went missing. And at that point, they should have been in the house collecting evidence. And they never did that. They never did that. It never occurred to them. We're operating under the assumption that Sebastian walked off. Oh, well, that's really great because, now you just ruined everything. You should have been operating off of every single assumption possible, every single angle. Could Sebastian have ran away? Could he have been taken as an abduction? Could he have been could he have met foul play? Could his mom actually have not meant to hurt him, but she overdosed him? Something, right? Something. They should have been looking at all of those options, but they didn't. They operated off of one assumption. And that's sad. And it's my opinion that they should have done it like that. They should have taken them all down to the station fair and square, right? No one should have anything to hide if they don't know where Sebastian is. And they didn't do that. They waited. They didn't get the footage from Warsham's until a couple weeks later, allegedly. They didn't pull footage from anywhere. They didn't even clear the green hoodie. I mean, you go to the place where the kid was last at and you pull the footage, right? And then you look at it and you see that there was an interaction with Yellow Jacket. And then you see that there was an interaction with Green Hoodie. Those would be persons of interest, right? Especially if you don't think the parents had anything to do with it and you think that there's no foul play by the parents. Right? Because Sebastian couldn't have walked out with no camera evidence. And they all said that it would have been the front door. Nothing was tampered with on the exterior of the house. And everything was locked up tight. I mean, come on. What does Sammy say? Okay, yes, I read that one. Okay, I'm sorry. I forgot what you said, but yeah, Sammy, I agree. Don't you find it weird why CPS is not giving Seth the last one, the one that's opened allegedly? Yeah, I do find it odd. I do. I know that it's still open, but I think that Seth has the right to know. I think Seth has a right to know, and I think Seth has a right to be cleared because he was at work and he can show his time cards, and they obviously went there and looked at his, the camera footage of the night that he was at work. I just don't think that they will, just because, they don't want to tip off the prep feed. Because heaven forbid, look at the way Chris acts. And I don't know why people are afraid of him. I'm not. All of those photos are different than his arrest photo, Joe. Two of those are from Bob's Barnes jams when he was out there singing. The last update from the FBI did not say anything about Sebastian taking the trash out, so Katie lied that they verified it, in my opinion. That's a good point, Brenda. Very good point. Hey, Ann Brock. Yeah, great catch on that, because that's in my opinion, very true. Witchy Mama says the only reasons I can think of to deny GFM are to control Seth financially or worried about being sued, reimbursing for fraud. Yeah, I could see that too. Yeah. I thought their marriage was on the verge of divorce during the time or were they separated? I think it was on the verge. Shadow. Yeah, I mean, I do. Yeah, same old story, right? Andrea, not treated like a crime scene. That's one of my biggest things about Sebastian's case is that they contaminated the crime scene. They allowed for it to become contaminated. It's terrible. And then now they lost all that. They're never gonna, they're never gonna lose it. You're not chopped liver, Lori. But they're never gonna get that back. They're just never gonna get that. So let's see what Chris McDonough thinks.
Anger is a defense mechanism. Okay. And it's a loss of control. And so you hear it right off of the bat. I'm assuming he's not there I
think he's out of town, possibly working, and that she's by herself, wherever she is. But when the private investigator shows up, she calls Chris because I think sounds like that's what she's been directed to do.
Okay, well, in law enforcement, that would be a sign of deception, because for a couple of reasons. Let's say you pick up the phone and you say, "Hey, Mr. So-and-so, such and such, how about coming down the station? Let's talk for a moment. I got a couple of questions." And they come down the station and there's somebody with them. Okay. And you go back and you're in an interview with this individual, and you say, "Hey, blah, blah, blah." And they tell you a whole story. And at the end of the story, they say, "Well, if you don't believe me, go ask Frank, who's in the waiting room." Okay. Well, why do we need Frank to reaffirm a story that you are projecting as truthful? And it's the same principle. Why does she need him to talk to woman, another woman who's standing there at the house, who's volunteering or has been hired by somebody or something, even if it was the cops, you know, if she was hired by anybody. Okay. And by the way, I think I heard in there, he said, I was just at TBI in Jackson or something to that effect.
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's, you know, the west side of Tennessee. So and Memphis is south of that. So do you hear where I'm going here with that piece of the puzzle?
Yeah, I do. And that's why I didn't quite understand, you know, why Chris is involved in this particular conversation. I think that this is a conversation that could probably be handled between the two of them, you know, but
yeah, they're quite capable of, you know, handling it themselves. What do they need him in the middle for?
Yeah, and I thought that it was, you know, but like I said, I can understand not wanting people to come onto your property, you know, I'm not saying that that's what she was doing or peering through windows or anything like that, but it would be a lot for people to just be knocking on your door and things like that. But this is a private investigator that's hired by the family of Sebastian, you know, the other side of the family who's there to help to get answers. Whether you think that she should be involved or shouldn't be involved. I mean, I personally would be taking any sort of help with no answers that I could get. I remember, and I'm not suggesting that this is, you know, indicative. Like, I'm not suggesting that this situation is similar, but when I couldn't find Otis and Macho, I was like begging people to help me come look, and people did. You know, there were people out on the street, and I said, "Hey, I need your help," because you just feel desperate. And I think what I don't hear is the desperateness or the you know, this is like, well, first of all, you're on my property. You know, you're not supposed to be on my property. This is my property. Okay, that's been established. And then moving on from there, getting Chris on the phone. So if you want me to play a little bit more.
Yeah.
All right, set up an appointment with me. Do you want to do that? I can come back. I mean, I can respect your time. I'm not trying to be this. Whatever. I mean, I really think everybody just needs to calm down. Emotions are high. People are flinging mud, and it's just getting drama and stupid. And that is a terrible disadvantage to Sebastian.
Right, but let me inform you on something. You're not the one being threatened here.
I think everybody's being threatened. Did you know there was a drive-by shooting last?
People being threatened. Bullshit.
Okay. All right. I mean, I don't understand why you guys are coming at me. I didn't do anything to you.
Okay, well, first off, you came to my house. The other.
Oh my God. Well, first of all, he came to my house. All right. So he's freaking out, right? He's completely freaking out. Heather's like, hey, I'll respect your time. Can we make an appointment? Well, you're not the one being threatened. Well, how are you being threatened when you haven't left your house, Chris? Tell me that. Riddle me that, Batman. Oh, why? Is it because you're going on the internet and you're starting crap all over Facebook and all of these other places and telling people to contact you through Facebook Messenger? Could that be why, Chris? Right? Because you haven't left the house to search for Sebastian. You went out for what, an hour? Please.
Yes. Yesterday.
You walked around my fucking property with a camera, you videotape and took pictures.
Privately owned property back
They
there.
just fucking posted all sides of that property.
I mean, the easement between houses is not usually.
I own it.
In that fucking subdivision.
I own half, my neighbors own half, period. It's not public. There are no.
I mean, there's no property lines. There's no way to tell what it is.
Yeah, and really quick, guys, I hate to keep popping in. Your subdivision, Katie, is not private property. Sure isn't. Not private property, and you don't own it.
At this point, Chris, I mean, the whole property line, it doesn't really seem, you know, if they wanted to shut down the conversation, they can say, hey, look, we're just not going to talk to you. We don't want to talk to you. You came onto our property, you know, without our permission. But this whole, we're having this distraction of property lines, you know, there is, for some reason, there just does not seem to be any urgency about Sebastian. And this is early on in the investigation. I mean, you know, 50 days in, we'll be 2 years here shortly.
Mark, I have stakes.
I mean,
by the way, the other side of this coin is this is what his ex-wives have experienced.
Well, that's another thing. I mean, this is an explosive temper. That's what it is.
Yeah, and she should have let him run.
Yes.
I think what you do is you poke him, okay, and say go, and he'll blow, you know, like he's headed to Mars with Elon Musk.
Can you show me? Because I didn't
show you all 4 no trespassing signs.
They're on the
You
fence.
can go on the city and you can look at the property line and you can.
I mean, they're on the fence. I wouldn't jump your fence.
I own it. Half of that is mine, half of that is theirs. That's why they turned it in and they turned it into the police.
I'm sorry, what? I think that when there's a no trespassing sign on the fence, that means you don't go into the fence. I'm not going to go into the fence.
Negative. Actually, that's wrong.
Okay, well, I'm not sure how I would know that. All right, well, I'm not really. Yeah.
All right, so Chris is still screaming and hollering in the background, and Katie is pointing out the neighbors that called the police on the private eye. Apparently, I just kind of caught that as I'm listening again. So she's pointing out her neighbors that are her little spies for her little watchdogs. Maybe because they're scared, maybe because they think she's innocent. I don't know.
I'm just not really sure how anybody would know that easement is yours.
Step out of your car.
Chris Kiki, 2025 True Crime says, with them being at TBI in Jackson, Mississippi, would that indicate that the investigation is over state lines jurisdiction? I don't think so, but this is up. I think they'll meet with anybody anywhere if that's where they are. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, if he's down in Memphis or where, maybe that's the closest TBI office. It's a field office, but they would have one in Memphis too.
He just must not be there.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hold on a second.
The other day, and you walked onto the property. When Mike, my neighbor, saw you, and Mike across the street saw you, turn around. Where they saw you, now got you on camera, walking your ass through my property, right next to my fucking driveway. You walked past 3 fucking signs, woman, 3. Don't tell me you didn't see them. They're on the fucking fence. You just said it on this camera, and I got news for you. Because you've done that, you have violated trespassing.
I was actually trying to stay on the outside of your property. Okay, well, I don't know how I would know that that's not.
Add the detectives into this so that they can see her and find out what she.
I just left the sheriff's department. I talked to Tim Bailey. I talked to Sheriff Weatherford. I've been talking to all of them. So anyway.
Okay, well, first off.
But why is this?
I mean, is the reaction? Does the reaction fit the offense?
It's beautiful.
I mean, what does this not? I mean, to me, this just shows like what an explosive temper that he has. I'm not accusing him of anything except being volatile at this point, and that's what this is. He's being volatile towards somebody that he's never met, that he feels has wronged him by walking on his property. But she's there to make peace and say, "Hey, look, that's not what I was meaning to do."
Focus instead of finding Sebastian. It's a waste of time right now. We're arguing over a property line, like when there's a missing child.
We're arguing over a fucking state.
I'm not showing up here to do anything. Thank you.
We're arguing over a fucking state.
I'm not showing up here to do anything to you except for find your son.
Stop.
What a psycho.
Heather, next time, don't argue with him. Just let him go. Roll with it. Yeah, poke him and roll with it.
And the thing is, I don't even think she really I don't even think she poked him. I think he poked himself.
Of course. Well, that's natural, right?
Yeah. I think so.
You know what we should do, Josh?
What's that?
Let's get one of his ex-wives on your show, and I'll come on.
Oh,
okay.
And we'll poke the bear. And I'm sure, I'm sure he'll go 0 to 60, 900, maybe 1,000. I'm not sure. I'll put a space helmet on, but I'd like to see him, respond a little bit more. Do you think maybe one of the audience members, if you know one of the gals, bring him up at some point? I know his last ex-wife with his daughter, where she was making allegations against him. I'd like to talk to her, see if she would talk out loud here.
Sure, absolutely.
Because if he's this volatile over trespassing signs, let's prime the pump, man.
Not a threat to you.
All you had to do was pick up the fucking phone and call us.
Jeez Louise. Yep. Look at Chris's face, guys. Look at his face. He's like, see? It takes nothing. And when Josh says, he poked himself, right? He's completely out of control. Completely out of control. And I think we need to make that happen with Nina. I'm praying Nina will get a hold of Chris, or if she has watched this, please. Yeah, I think Chris was like, wow. I mean, all of us were, right? We're like, he's blowing a gasket, Lori. He's blowing a gasket. He just is. He's absolutely lost control. And he's swearing and yelling at Heather, and she's like, I don't know how tall she is, but she's not a big woman. And even if she was, you just don't treat anyone like that. But I mean, for him to be screaming and yelling at her like that, that is absolutely nuts. And the only reason you would do that is to intimidate somebody. I would have told Chris to go yell like that at somebody bigger than him down at the bar and see how it worked out for him.
That's not how I operate. I talk to people in person. That's what I do. No, that's not shit at your job. PIs don't call people. They show up at their houses.
Well, I got news for you.
Okay. Are you going to set up an appointment with me, or do you just want to keep yelling at me? This is really ridiculous. Like, this is the drama that's a disadvantage to Sebastian. He's not going to be found this way.
Answer my question. What the hell are you going to do to help find our son?
I am knocking on doors, talking to sex offenders.
FBI, Secret Service, TBI.
I am communicating with the state. I just talked to Tim Bailey, asked him if they talked to the sex offender. They have not talked to the sex offender. He said, I'm free to go do so, which is what I'm doing, okay?
Okay, well, first off, when you come on somebody's property, you're supposed to announce yourself because we have it posted, no trespass. It doesn't matter what your fucking job title is. Once it's like I tried to explain to you, there's no property lines in that entire subdivision. There's no community spaces, no nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
So when you were walking at
Avon.
Chris, your full-time your job title is full-time asshole is what your full-time job is being just a complete anybody that encounters Chris works overtime at being an asshole. He really does. I got to hand it to him. Maybe that's why he's so grumpy.
Amway, pull a brush man here.
And we're still going on about the property line.
Yeah, I mean, Jehovah's Witness.
I'm selling steaks out of the back of my truck. It's great.
Can you imagine that at the front door? Holy cow, this would be great. Good stuff. But go ahead. Pizza.
Look out, Kirby, vacuum cleaner guy, because don't go to Chris and Katie's house. Otherwise, you're trespassing.
I was a kid. My grandparents, we would go hand out tracts on Saturday morning. Like we go door to door. It's the worst experience of my life. Like we went up to this guy's house. It had to be. It's like a Saturday, like at 9 o'clock, right? This guy opens the door. He's in his robe. Looks like Tony Soprano with his hair all like messy. And we're like, hey, have you heard the good news? We have a track. He slams the door so hard that the glass in his like round window breaks. We should break it out of here.
Oh yeah, this guy. That's interesting.
I can see that happening here.
You're on my property.
But I really wish that you would lighten up a little bit because we are focusing on the wrong thing when we should be focusing on finding Sebastian.
If you want me to lighten up,
Yes, sir.
It's real simple.
I will not walk on your property again. I apologize for walking down the easement.
How about not lighten up? Maybe just remove the stick from your ass. How's that, Chris? Remove the stick from your ass.
Look like an easement.
You told my neighbor you were hired by the family, and I am the family. So if I didn't hire
that
you,
tells me right there that you're hired by the Rogers family.
But I am not hired to implicate or accuse you. And
I'm not asking you to implicate.
I am trying to find him, so I want to talk to you too.
You'll come find me.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm here trying to find you.
I'm not hard to find.
Okay, when do you want it? Let's set this up. When do you want to meet? Whenever. We're at Memphis. I'll be in Jackson tomorrow, so I can meet you. I can come all the way to Memphis if that's what you require, or you can meet me somewhere in between.
Well, I would prefer you come see me because I work nights. So 9 to 1 when you guys are up, I'm actually sleeping.
But my problem with the PI going to see him was he wasn't there, allegedly, supposedly. He wasn't there.
No, but he's projecting that he's there now.
He's there. He's there now. But what good is he going to do meeting with her? Katie was the one that was in custody of Sebastian. So I don't understand why she needs to see him.
Yeah, that is, I think that is a really great point. And, see, Taylor, KP is not the only family, right? And I find it very odd that Katie did not say we are his family too, right? My husband and I are his family too. We love him. That's our son, right? That's his stepson. We're his family, right? Very odd. Katie's got how many people according to Yeda on her mom's side of the family? She never mentions any of those folks. She never says we're his family. No, she doesn't. She said, I'm the family. I'm the family. What a joke.
Than him just controlling the situation.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, right? Heather would be able to answer that, but here's the situation with him. And maybe she's going to do it, but in a situation like that, you say, no problem. What's a good day that works for you? And then, lock that in. And then you turn to Katie and say, well, I'm here now. How about you and I sit down? And then watch for or listen for his reaction. Because he said a little bit ago, there's no way you're going to talk to her without me going through me, something to that effect, right?
Yes.
So,
And I think he explained that too.
No, you want to pull that control mechanism even further out of him. Okay. You want to see that behavior, see how long it takes for that behavior to manifest itself.
If you got a hold of this audio, obviously none of this is implicating them in the crime. It's about, there's no proof of anything, but I mean, look, you look at behaviors, you look at patterns, you look at, as an investigator, I mean, sometimes even if you can't prove something, do you ever look at, a partner that's investigating with you and just go, it just doesn't feel right. I mean, I don't have what I need, but this is odd behavior.
Well, I mean, anybody can listen to this and go, well, that's weird.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. But
go ahead.
If he's like this with Sebastian missing, can you imagine how he is with Sebastian there?
No, I mean, like I said, I've never been this mad at anybody in my life, and I've been like wronged personally by people that I love, and I've never gotten to that stage ever. I guess maybe it's just not in me, and I know some people do have bigger tempers than others, but I've never gotten this mad at anybody before.
Yeah, this isn't temper. This is lost emotional rage. He has no impulse control, and so you want to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
You and Katie, it's just going to be you.
Wow, Chris is spot on. Lost impulse control, right? It's a big difference. He's not angry, and he's not as angry as he sounds. He's actually over the the topic at hand of the trespassing, blah blah blah. It's really about his ego, right? His fragile little ego is hurt because he's not in power and control, right? Somebody's there talking to his wife and he's not there. That's huge.
He'll watch this tonight at some point and go nuts. He'll be sitting at home yelling at us, at the screen, YouTube, whatever.
Yeah.
Unless Katie's coming down to see me, well, she can't. We have other things that have to happen at the house. It wouldn't be together. The only time we're going to be together might be Sunday, Monday. That's when we might actually be back together again.
Okay, well,
I'm working.
I mean, I'd rather do it both at the same time. You already said you don't want me talking to your wife without you present. So that would mean.
And you can ask the cops that. They don't show up and talk to her without somebody telling us both. That's just the way this works. That's safety in numbers. I don't trust. Don't take it the wrong way. I don't know.
Well, and I mean, we wouldn't know each other. I mean, we have no reason to know each other prior to this. But
it's not hard to make a phone call and talk to somebody first. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
However, my history with cases like this is that, especially with you guys are already defensive.
Right, I understand.
See, but the problem is with Chris, he says safety in numbers. That was a one-on-one conversation that could have been had between two females. Katie's bigger than Heather, by the way, I'm pretty sure. Right? So how is that fair for Heather to have all kinds of people against her, one, or 3 or 4 people against one? See, but that's how Chris is used to playing with his family. That's what they're used to doing. They're used to outnumbering other people. Oh, there's safety in numbers for you, but what about Heather? She has to keep her safety in mind, going to your house where you disappeared your own child. In my opinion. Where's her safety? Oh, right, because you don't think about anybody but yourself. And you're used to having way more people against one person, and that's how you like to keep it, Chris. Safety in numbers, my ass. You want it to be 5 against 1. Like, right? Because you got to have mommy and, stepdaddy and sissy. Yeah. And Katie, right? And yourself. And then you feel powerful, right? There's a lot to be said there. We can psychoanalyze that all day.
Not everybody in this world is like that. Not everybody is like that. I'm not. I'll be honest, I'm level-headed, I'm very brash, I'm blunt to the point. I've already told the cops this. I don't give a flying fuck what happens to him or what happens to that fucking family.
Yeah.
They did what they did.
Yeah. What would be really great in a perfect world would be if I could calm that down a little bit, because right now, but it's not this isn't helping Sebastian.
So this is sort of the cooling off, now that he feels like he has wrangled this situation, he's got an apology from her, and now he's like, look, you can meet with me. Will Katie be there? Well, she might be, but there's other stuff that has to happen. Like he's trying to dominate everything that's going on here, in a situation that he wasn't even involved in, allegedly.
Well, that's why I want to hear from his wife.
It didn't help Sebastian when he aired his trauma. It didn't help Sebastian when he accused his mother of murder. It didn't help Sebastian when he made almost $50,000 on my son going missing.
Who did? Seth.
Yeah.
Don't know. I didn't know about that.
So
what's it to you, Katie? Looks like he's spending that money on Heather Cohen and trying to get a private investigator to investigate his son's case because the Sumner County Sheriff's Office botched the investigation. Right? Isn't that what the truth is, Katie? I think so. And Brenda Calvert says Sunday and Monday. I find that the days odd that he is available those days. Yeah, absolutely. Especially because, that's when Sebastian just poof, vanished. Very interesting, Brenda. Thank you.
She's obviously got money on her mind. She's obviously got, this idea that his mother was accused of murder. Well, how would Sebastian know all this? How would Sebastian know? I mean, she's using Sebastian as a pawn in the conversation, where in reality, what she's really saying is, I hate him because he's made money and he's accused me of hurting my son. That's what she should be saying. But what she did, though, is she inserted Sebastian in that role of how is he helping Sebastian by accusing and then making money and just going down a list.
Yeah.
Okay, what's
Wow, Katie used Sebastian as a pawn against his own father. That's called parental alienation. And if we think that that's something new that Katie just started doing, I'm here to tell you, it's not. Because Seth was always good enough to take care of Sebastian when Katie was using his own father as a babysitter. He was well good enough to take care of his son when he was a little bitty baby that needed, his mom too. Right? That's all well and good. But the minute that Katie didn't want to be with Seth anymore, she turns around and says he's unfit, he's abusive, he's horrible. Guilty conscience. In my opinion, Katie's a numbnuts. Yeah, for sure. She's so transparent, right? But she's acting so tough. But really, she doesn't know. What she's doing is actually making her look more guilty, and she feels like she's doing good. Like, wow, I'm doing really good, I'm getting Heather's goat. Let's see if she ever comes back around here again. Unbelievable.
What does that have to do with Sebastian?
Well, nothing. I mean, it seems like they're airing grievances is what they're doing instead.
Right. Her attention is focused on Seth because the PI that he's allegedly hired is at her door. And so Heather's taken it for the team. But again, what does that have to do with how is that hurting Sebastian?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's listen to that again.
I'm going missing. It didn't help Sebastian.
Yeah. What would be really great in a perfect world would be if I could calm that down a little bit, because right now, but it's not this isn't helping Sebastian.
She's right. So whatever they're doing right now, right at this very moment, this discussion that they're having about property lines and stuff, it's not helping Sebastian. Okay. So we've got that out of the way. They didn't want her walking on the easement, and it was their property line, blah, blah, blah. Fine. I mean, okay, they have every right to do that. And personally, I'm sure it could have been handled with hey, can you please stay off our property like that unless we're home and you're an invited guest or whatever, not.
Or here's one. You're here to help find Sebastian? Yes. Okay. Come on in.
Right. Of course.
Can we, let's talk? Hey, Chris, do you have some time that we can talk? Oh, absolutely. Okay. You see the difference? I mean, that's not even irrational. This is irrational, it sounds like. I mean, there's a fight over, trespassing signs. There's a fight over I'm not there, my wife is, and you're not talking to her until I am there. There's a fight over, well, I work, 9 to 1. That's there's a fight over the scheduling. There's a fight over everything here. It's a big fight.
Big fight.
So how do you solve the problem and find Sebastian?
Help Sebastian when he aired his trauma. It didn't help Sebastian when he accused his mother of murder. It didn't help Sebastian when he made almost 50.
By the way,
his mother. Aren't you his mother, Katie? Why are you talking like you're away from the case? Why are you distancing yourself? I thought you were his mother, Katie. That's crazy. It's absolutely bonkers. Hey, Nisi Marie, good to see you. I just want to back up one real quick and play this again.
You see that? See the difference? I mean, that's not even irrational. This is irrational, it sounds like. I mean, there's a fight over, trespassing signs. There's a fight over I'm not there, my wife is, and you're not talking to her until I am there. There's a fight over.
Even though he's right there on the line. Even though he's right there. What do you need to be, Chris? Up your wife's ass? I mean, really? You're right there with her, but you're acting like you have to be right there with her. You can hear everything and see everything that's going on if you're on a FaceTime call, like I think you are. Right? So, what's the deal?
Well, I work, 9 to 1. That's there's a fight over the scheduling. There's a fight over everything here. It's a big fight.
Big fight.
So how do you solve the problem and find Sebastian?
Yes, and this is I think probably, and I don't know, maybe he's going to say something even more brilliant, but this is it. How do we solve the problem and find Sebastian? How do we solve the problem and find Sebastian? Really simple, isn't it? Is that crystal clear enough for you, Chris? Katie?
Help Sebastian when he aired his trauma. It didn't help Sebastian when he accused his mother of murder. It didn't help Sebastian when he made almost 50.
By the way, and I'm not accusing Katie of murder or anything like that because I have no evidence of anything like that. But like, mothers have murdered their children before. I mean, it's not like it's some asinine, thing that people do. I mean, people hurt their children. I mean, you're not above reproach just because you think you are. And they always, I mean, if you don't think that isn't something that has been tossed around between investigators, I mean, you'd be crazy because they would have to bring up these scenarios.
$1,000 on my son going missing.
Who did?
Seth.
Don't know. I didn't know about that. I don't know anything about that.
Every single day he goes on. Internet sleuth.
Let me lay this out for you, okay? They could investigate.
Help him. I tried to work with him.
We were all in my house. Me, Katie, Seth, and 2 other witnesses in law enforcement. We're in the house.
Yeah.
I brought up what else can we do to help with this situation.
Right. Okay.
And when I said, hey, do we need to raise money? Do we need to get some investigators? What do we need? Horses, whatever. We'll do whatever.
Yeah.
They said, don't do anything with money because it makes the family look bad and it could turn ugly. Okay, cool. All of us standing in that living room in my house made an agreement that said we're not going to do that.
Okay. Well, so
hold on. Before we go, turn your phone around. Not you, hers. I want to see her, the face of her phone.
Oh, that she's.
you want to see the face of my phone?
Yes.
Let me unlock it.
This conversation.
Stop. Look how he just talked to his wife. He said, turn your phone around. And she did. He goes, not you, hers. Now think about that. Okay. I mean,
Really quick before Chris says what he's going to say, because it's going to be far better than what I have to say. But, to me, it's as if there's 2 little girls standing in front of Chris and they're in trouble for something and he's their dad and he's telling them, show me your phone, show me your phones. You know what I'm saying? Like he's absolutely condescending down to 2 grown women. And Heather's not putting up with it, but Katie certainly fell in line, didn't she?
let's process the meat grinder here, because I'm going to start calling him the meat grinder, because that's what he is. He's a meat grinder. Okay. Who, by the way, deep down inside is extremely insecure. Okay. He really is. I mean, this is this is a very clear indication of a problem here. There's only two possibilities with this child. For the first one is foul play. And the second one is if he did walk out of the house, the biggest indicator that autism that he has could have been in play here was the fact that he walked out of the house with no shoes on. There have been many cases where autistic children have walked out of the house without their shoes, and they've walked for miles and miles and miles and miles. Okay. However, okay, the other side of it is he is not doing himself any favor with the authorities if he thinks he's got him snowballed. There is not a chance on this earth that the authorities are sitting back and going, you know, I don't see anything wrong with that guy, with the meat grinder. Okay. I'm listening to this call for the very first time within 50 days of this child disappearing. And all they want to do is fight about the ex-husband. Okay. And it just doesn't make it again, it goes to show you there is no impulse control here. So what the authorities should be doing is, rather than playing nice with him, you know, worried that he's going to lawyer up, because I'm sure he's already lawyered up. Okay.
Yes, they have. They have. I don't know at this point in time, but they're lawyered up now. And it's also, it was reported by somebody, I believe his name, Nerdy Addict, who was talking to Chris Proudfoot, that Katie was pulled in for an interview some time ago alone. And she didn't like the way that the questioning was going. So she called Chris, and Chris shut it down. That's the same exact information that I got from a different source, the exact same information that was the last time that they spoke to law enforcement.
Okay. So the way that can be fixed is you just keep poking the bear. Don't play nice. If this was my case, I would call him up and say, you know, you're doing pretty good. What do you mean by that? And let him go 0 to 60. And then you follow it up with, but I'm coming. Click. And then you just watch the helium rise to the sky. And you jump on the comet as it's going by. You use his anger against him. And you embrace it as an investigator. Embrace it. And then keep pushing him a little more. Keep pushing. You know, we're 2 years into this, and what's he doing? Nothing. Well, so let's interview his ex-wives, Josh, you and I, on this channel.
Yeah, let's do it.
$90 or $100 as he jumps into the chat.
He does that quite often.
Great. Awesome. Jump in. And then
Come on in, the water's fine.
You always hear, oh, you know, I'm going to sue you and all this other crap. Okay, fine. Remember I told you years ago during the OJ case, one of our guys in our squad went out and he got all these Johnny Cochran cards, these business cards with Johnny Cochran's phone number, his law officers on it. And you'd be out there, you know, and everybody was like, I'm suing you. I'm calling Johnny Cochran. Literally, you reach in your pocket and you go, here's his card. And we had like 100 Johnny Cochran cards on the streets. Okay. Can you imagine how many phone calls that guy got?
Yeah, he was pretty talented, wasn't he?
He got hundreds of phone calls. I'm sure of it. Okay. But the point being, okay, that it's like, okay, so you have a couple of friends who can, you know, put injunctions on, you know, other people. But at the same time, we're talking about a 15-year-old boy that's disappeared 2 years ago. And I think we should just, if you can line it up, let's have, you know, ex-wives conversations, because they are gold. You know, ex-wives know more about their ex-husbands than anybody. And it's golden. Some of the information.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you know, I hate to say this, but five wives by the time you're 40 years old is.
Did he have 5 wives? I forgot.
I think Katie's his 5th wife.
Okay. Well, the other 4 got great stories.
That's what I'm saying. Like, how does that look? Unless you're King Solomon, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to be married that many times. Can you imagine?
I mean, that should tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah, I mean, it's very telling.
And here's the sad part. with Katie. She's next.
Sure. I mean, look, the chances that, you know, they stay married with his track record is almost slim to none, you know. However, my biggest problem with all of these people that weren't there when somebody went missing, when the child goes missing, you know, we hear this a lot, is the need to just dominate the situation. Because first of all, is there a scenario where Candace could have done something with Summer without Don knowing? Yes, that could be possible.
Sure.
Do you think that he wouldn't know about it now? Probably not. Okay. But is there a scenario that you know, something happened in that house that Chris had no idea about? Of course, if he was not there. Absolutely. So why are they so adamant about being the ones that are spoken to? I wouldn't care if he really wasn't there, and I have no reason to believe him or not to believe him. I'm ambivalent about it. Until there's proof one way or the other. I don't really know, and nobody else does. Only Chris and maybe law enforcement.
What did has law enforcement come out and say he was not home?
No, not that I know of.
No, they're not going to come out and say that, because they're not going to tip their hat to him that they know exactly where he's at or exactly what he did, i.e., did he turn his phone on? Was it off? And if so, they're going to hold that as a card close to the chest.
Mm-hmm.
And the more he spouts off, if it's not true, that's gold. I mean, that's just beautiful.
Right.
You know, keep going.
Wow, that's really powerful. So I'm going to rewind that back just a little bit, guys.
People that weren't there when somebody went missing, when the child goes missing, you know, we hear this a lot, is the need to just dominate the situation. Because first of all, is there a scenario where Candace could have done something with Summer without Don knowing? Yes, that could be possible.
Sure.
Do you think that he wouldn't know about it now? Probably not. Okay. But is there a scenario that you know, something happened in that house that Chris had no idea about? Of course, if he was not there. Absolutely. So why are they so adamant about being the ones that are spoken to? I wouldn't care if he really wasn't there, and I have no reason to believe him or not to believe him. I'm ambivalent about it. Until there's proof one way or the other. I don't really know, and nobody else does. Only Chris and maybe law enforcement.
What did has law enforcement come out and say he was not home?
No, not that I know of.
No, they're not going to come out and say that, because they're not going to tip their hat to him that they know exactly where he's at or exactly what he did, i.e., did he turn his phone on? Was it off? And if so, they're going to hold that as a card close to the chest.
Mm-hmm.
And the more he spouts off, if it's not true, that's gold. I mean, that's just beautiful.
Right.
You know, keep going.
Right. Right.
Don't take it the wrong way, but I told you, I don't trust people right now. And people are trying to use shit and however they can. But that conversation in that living room was an agreed upon deal not to do anything with a GoFundMe page and collect money and benefit off of this.
Mm-hmm. Stop.
Why are women everywhere choosing Abby X, the new tummy tuck alternative? I got the
Look how he prefaced the whole conversation. Okay. Well, how did he start it with? Don't take this the wrong way. Why do you give a warning that there's a flood coming?
Because he's going to unload. He's going to say all kinds of stuff.
Right. And
don't take it the wrong way, but your client is a blah blah, you know, or whatever. It almost what I'm hearing here is like, I don't know why you're working for the family. Look at everything they've done. That, you know, but listen a little more here.
Sure as shit, what happened? The very next fucking day, there's a GoFundMe fucking page that's posted. So I'm sorry.
So I didn't understand how he knew that Sebastian wouldn't be found and would need money when my son hadn't been missing 72 hours, and yet he knew he was going to need money to pay his bills that far in advance.
Which is what she just said there is an implication that Seth knew that Sebastian was going to be missing and that he was going to need money for it because he knew that he wasn't going to be found, which is an implication of basically her, in a way, accusing Seth of being responsible for the disappearance of Sebastian to his PI. Listen to this one more time.
I didn't understand how he knew that.
GoFundMe page and collect money and benefit off of this.
Mm-hmm.
And sure as shit, what happened? The very next fucking day, there's a GoFundMe fucking page that's posted. So I'm sorry.
So I didn't understand how he knew that Sebastian wouldn't be found and would need money when my son hadn't been missing 72 hours, and yet he knew he was going to need money to pay his bills that far in advance. That speaks volumes to me. The fact that he can't be bothered to help look for his son in the beginning. The fact that he literally released my son's sensitive trauma issues and blatantly lied about all of the details surrounding it, including the age of the person who did it to him. The fact that he has turned my son missing into some dramatized bullshit for the internet.
Yeah, just so he can profit. And it's sad. It is truly sickening, honestly. It's sickening if he profited off of this.
I don't need to be on television hanging clippers. I don't need to brag that I have done what I have done to help find my son.
Well, I understand how you guys feel about everything.
So you don't push the information to Detective Carter?
I haven't talked to Carter yet. Carter has not gotten back with me. So I had to.
Down here with me.
Okay.
Oh God. Well, and I've never actually witnessed Seth ever brag about anything that he's done, right? People have asked him. I remember specifically in the beginning, Pascal was talking to him and interviewing him and asking him about the search, but he wasn't up there bragging or anything. He was answering the question. Katie, you jerk.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. But
There's a reason why they didn't answer.
yeah. But so yeah. But
Don't take this the wrong way, but why is a PI
Don't take this the wrong way. Did you hear that?
Of
going
course.
on doing internet sleuth interviews?
But so yeah. But
Don't take this the wrong way, but why is a PI going on doing internet sleuth interviews?
he contacted me before I was even hired to work the case.
Just,
but yeah,
no
but,
offense, I'm just asking.
but no, I mean, I'm not a sleuth. I'm actually a PI.
I didn't call you a sleuth.
Yeah.
On
The
internet
sleuth
sleuth
podcast.
Yeah.
I mean, they asked me for my thoughts on the Sebastian Rogers case. And
So
who is
we're
it?
aware of all of that. And Seth is not doing anything that he hasn't already done to me in the past.
Like, I'm not interested in the drama. I'm not interested in the rumors. I'm going to base who I think needs to be on the radar based on my interviews, my investigation, not what anybody else says.
So I have a question. You conduct your portion, do your thing.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know the Rogers family has hired you.
Okay.
It is very evident.
Okay.
Because we didn't hire you.
They announced it publicly. It's not a secret. I know, but they
What? Okay, so Chris, what again? He always diverts from the subject of the conversation. It's the most bizarre thing, and I agree with Holly and Bliss Blessings. I mean, it's just like it's the oddest behavior ever. Like, we can identify some of the traits, right? A lot of them when it comes to Chris and narcissism, but I mean, it's really out of this world. And again, we do all have our own unique personalities, so
we already know.
There is another PI too, by the way.
I know. There's at
Okay.
least like 3 or 4 of them.
Oh yeah, I will tell you this. You can tell all the PIs, because I know you all talk.
Yeah, we do.
Because we're sick and tired of being stalked and people coming on our properties. Because that's not just my property. It's
Yeah.
theirs. We've
Okay.
worked
You know,
with
we're cool about that. Like,
probably 24 different, I'm the best one, I'm going to crack the case people already. And every last one of them that have talked to us, we have said, you are welcome to come and start from square one. You're not going to find anything that,
Well, I only
250 professionals didn't, but you're welcome to try, because at this point,
I haven't been here since day one when all this went down.
Yeah.
And people don't understand. People can say, well, I understand how you feel when nobody knows how we feel.
Yeah.
Because unless you've lost a child and you've gone through this crap,
Mhm.
you don't know. Like, I don't tell people, you don't know shit.
Okay.
You know?
Chris, you've investigated many missing persons cases before. How often do people, in your experience, act this way that truly want answers?
What was the last part, Josh?
How many people act like, if you're not implicated in what's happening, do people typically act this way?
Everything that I'm hearing here is all the walls are up, all the barriers are up. Okay. And what they're doing is they're projecting all this stress, anxiety in relationship to, well, my son is missing. Well, first of all, it's not his son. Sebastian is not his son, number one.
True.
Okay. So he's taken possession of Seth's emotional attachment to his biological son. That's not normal. Okay. He's a stepfather. And stepfathers typically, have a difficult time with stepchildren unless they've raised them from, a real, like babies almost, right? And this is where, moms say, well, let me handle it. Let me fix it, etc. Okay. And the proper position for a stepfather is to step back and say, you know what, you're right. I don't want to, pour gas on a fire.
Hello. Well said. Well said, Chris McDonough. And I know he's not finished here, but I just want to pop in because it's true. It depends on when you come into the child's life, right? If you're coming in and they're a baby, then they're going to know you since they're born, and so they're going to have a stronger bond with you, hopefully, unless you're a dick like Chris. But either way, you are going to have a stronger bond, right? The child grew up with you. When they're a little, babies as well, 2 and 3 years old, they might come up with some kind of name for you. They know that you're not their parent, but they know that you're, you know, um, a step parent to them, right? A bonus parent, if you will. But as kids get older, and they've already formed their personalities, a lot of studies say it happens around 5 that children form their personalities. And so if they're already their personalities are formed, and as they're getting older, they're getting even more refined, if you will. It's going to be harder to bond with a teenager. If you come in and you try to be a teenager's parent like that, when they're 15 years old, you're liable to hear "go f off" by them, right? "Go f yourself, get out of here," scram. I don't know you. You're not my mom. You're not my dad, right? Those types of things. Absolutely. So, but when you're coming into it and they're 7 and 8 years old, kind of where Sebastian was, that's kind of in the middle, in my opinion, to where you could still really build a good bond with the child, and they can know you as someone of, a mentor or someone to look up to, a good example, and someone who loves and cares about them as a bonus parent, right? But we see none of that from Chris, and we don't even see it from Katie, to be quite honest. We don't. Katie is like mommy dearest, but worse because she's so indifferent. Oh my god, my name is Katie. No, Katie, that act doesn't work for you either. Hypnotic Drifter, good to see you. Curious if KP and CP has been instrumental behind the scenes using Sebastian for drama while helping certain YouTube creators in the past year benefit monetarily by surprise appearances on live streams. Yeah, I mean, I think that started with Clue, right? She started it, in my opinion, right? She started having him on, she started having Truth Not Feelings or whatever what he was in the beginning, right? We call him Elevated Goof. He's evolved. And I mean, yeah, and you see it funneling through their channels. I mean, when you have people dropping, I mean, have you guys ever, even people that have been with me, my mods, anybody, have you guys ever seen anyone gift more than 5 memberships in here? Because it's never happened. And I'm fine with that, but there's money funneling through is what I'm trying to get at. When you see Queen Bee and she's got 50 here, 50 here, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. What is that? 50 memberships? Hot damn. So yeah, they've been funneling through, and then, if they have they want to help those creators out, right? So they make an appearance, and then they get up there and they don't talk about Sebastian, very minimally, or they put their foot in their mouth, or they'll disparage him, or they'll talk about other missing kids and not their own son, right? So it's weird. It's very weird, because you would think that they would be up there and make it a point to talk about Sebastian, because that's the only reason we're listening. Oh, it's the only reason I listen is because I think maybe they might say something about Sebastian. But see, that's where they have us hook, line, and sinker, right? Because we care about Sebastian, so we're willing to deal with their bullshit, right? So they know that that's going to get more views for those people. Those people have more people in the chat, right? It draws people in. So absolutely, Hypnotic Drifter, thank you. And that's a great point. You know, Um, yeah, and I don't understand why they would act that way at all, Brenda. Thank you so much, Holly S, for your super sticker. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is it is a point where they're just putting themselves out there, chit-chatting as if they're celebrities, but they're not. The only reason that we want to hear from them is because we want to find out where Sebastian is. Hey, women's warrior. So that's where it is. And then they don't even talk about him, which is really sad and really messed up.
What I'm hearing here is he's an arsonist. He's an emotional arsonist. Okay. All he does is light fires and then stands back, watches them, and enjoys the burn, and then say, why are you blaming me for the fire? And she is in a submissive role because she's probably afraid of him. And we have Dawn and Candace dynamics here without the prison terms. Dawn was in prison for so long, his whole life, quote, he grew up in the system. But the baggage train on, the meat grinder here is four other women and probably children that he was abusive to in relationship to emotional abuse and, stress put onto the family. Okay. And so his whole MO, again, he's an emotional arsonist. So he lights the fire and then he screams, you don't understand what it's like to watch the fire burn. And so my assessment.
Oh yeah, it's like immediate victim, right? But he started the fire, right? Chris Proudfoot started the fire. And then he does that, and then he turns into the victim. Oh, you don't even know what it's like to be me. Poor me.
Of him from a criminal behavioral analysis assessment almost immediately is he has mommy issues. A lot of them. Internally for him, he's never been able to hit a standard that his mommy set for him.
Oh gosh, we need that again.
She's probably afraid of him. And we have Dawn and Candace dynamics here without the prison terms. Dawn was in prison for so long, his whole life, quote, he grew up in the system. But the baggage train on, the meat grinder here is four other women and probably children that he was abusive to in relationship to emotional abuse and, stress put onto the family. Okay. And so his whole MO, again, he's an emotional arsonist. So he lights the fire and then he screams, you don't understand what it's like to watch the fire burn. And so my assessment of him from a criminal behavioral analysis assessment almost immediately is he has mommy issues. A lot of them. Internally for him, he's never been able to hit a standard that his mommy set for him. And so he takes it out on her, on the women around him. This guy has, a pathway of fires.
Chris Proudfoot needs a meme where he's like, one of those little, rascal kids, right? The Man Hater Woman Club or whatever. He-Man Woman Hater Club, right? He's like that. He's never grown up. Boy, I hate women. Boy, I can't trust a woman. Well, look at you, Mr. I've been married 5 times. You think any of those wives trusted you after the second one? I mean, number 3 had to be thinking, shit, I'm next.
And he turns around and looks back and says, why did you start all of those? You made me light the match. You see? I had a case one time where a guy ran his wife off the road. She was with her girlfriend. They got into a big old fight. And she leaves the house, goes to her girlfriend's house, and he follows her over there in a vehicle. And she jumps in this truck She's got 3 kids. She puts all 3 kids in the back of the truck with a camper shell. It's her girlfriend's truck. Long story short, they're trying to get away from him, and he cuts her off. The husband pulls up alongside the car and cuts her off. The girlfriend is driving, and she overcorrects the vehicle, and it rolls. And all 3 of his kids are discharged out of the back of the truck, and one of them, it was horrendous. The trigger warning. The child landed in a barbed wire fence. Okay. Killed the girlfriend. Okay. All of this domestic stuff is going on. Okay. All right. We get him in the patrol, hooks him up. I get him in the interview room, and I'm sitting there, and, he's giving me all this, my wife, and I'm in charge of my house and all this other stuff. Right. And I let him run, kind of like the meat grinder here, and I just, we just rolled with it, take the punches. Okay. And I went back in, and all I did to set him from 0 to 60, I wanted to see who's behind the mask. I wanted to see the devil. And essentially I said something to the effect of, man, I could see why you want to control over your wife, or something to that effect. And I went down that road with him for a couple of minutes. Man, this guy went 0 to 60 in lickety split. I didn't think it was going to be that fast, but he just spun to the top of the house, and I just sat back there. Okay. And just let him run. But that's who his wife was seeing all the time. Okay. And domestic homicides are extremely sometimes difficult to solve. And domestic situations involving children, like, Seth, maybe, or Sebastian being, 15 with autism and all this other stuff. Okay. It's this idea that says, okay, we're going to perpetuate this conversation, that we're going to stay down this road. We're going to stay down this road for as long as we can, because it seems to be working. Okay. But here's a question for the audience and for the folks that are listening. Where is he getting his medications? Where is Sebastian getting his prescriptions for his medications? If dad is involved, then for 2 years he's been buying him medication and providing it for his son that he's hiding out somewhere. Or if he was moved by other people, and let's say, the rumor of going up to Alaska and all this other stuff. Okay, remember, this isn't my first rodeo. Okay. That's not very hard to figure out, because you can just, through DEA, you can find out his medication patterns. If his prescription pattern has stopped 2 years ago on the date he disappeared, then guess what? There's a high probability he's not with us.
Okay, and that's where, it's going to get heavy, I think, is a big trigger warning, right? And I think of this when I think of Devlin's case. He's not called anyone, right? No one. Not his mom, Jessica. Not Sabrina. She was blocked, I guess, anyway. Not Tam. She, I don't know that he would call her either, right? But he's used to calling, and he tried to call Sandra. Sandra didn't answer, and she let Matt play around with him and hang up on him and have a pissing match, and then never called him back. But he would have called her. So, yeah, that's grim. And I agree with Chris here. His medication would have been filled. especially by anyone on that side taking care of Sebastian, because it's quite obvious that they were putting him on medication, in my opinion, because they didn't want to deal with Sebastian, in my opinion.
And so you reverse engineer that back, because I know he was on multiple medications.
Yeah, and I see people in the chat saying that it wasn't necessary, but I believe that the press release from the FBI was saying that he's on medication that he needs.
Yeah, he needs it to survive.
That's what the press release said, I thought.
When I talked to Seth about it a long time ago. And so if his medications had stopped in any way, shape, or form, okay, then that's a huge red flag. I would want to hear the parents answer that question. What was his scheduling? What were the medications, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera?
And guys, that was something that people were trying to find out, and even Smiley was asking them that when they were both on the panel, right? It was Chris and Katie on the panel. Granted, Seth wasn't there, but a really big, a really big thing to consider is that it wasn't as if there's a pill for autism, right? There's not any type of way to combat any symptoms or occurrences or anything that comes along with autism. There's not a pill for it, right? There's therapies and things like that. I know that it was said that Sebastian was on ADHD medications, but it was also said by Seth before that Sebastian didn't really need the medications. So I just kind of want to throw that in as well really quick.
Okay. And I'd like to hear, what those patterns are. Because I think if you had Seth come up here on this channel, he would tell you, oh, well, he was taking this, he was taking this, he was taking that, because he would have to give it to him when he would stay with him. Well, I want to hear that from the other people too, the Proudfoots. I want to hear his medication schedules. Okay.
Absolutely. And I think it's important to know what the schedule was at their house too. Thanks, Seth. Welcome in. So Seth says, except Sebastian is able to function fine without his medication because he doesn't use meds during the summer at my house. Right. And, I'm just thinking, and thank you for letting us know. I mean, I'm thinking that if he, in fact, was with someone in the family who thought he needed them, that they would be filled, right? Because if they were, in fact, having him hiding out somewhere, because Katie does make this statement about the basement coming up here, guys, and it stuck with me since I've heard it. I think she was kind of trying to push off the trafficking thing, but the basement thing really bothered me. And it also made me think that there might be some hope, though. So it bothers me, yet I have hope. So in that regard, like, I'm thinking if Sebastian is being hidden somewhere, then that very well could be, right? Because I know you like to use the more natural methods, which, I would do the same thing. I would do that in therapies over, sedating a child or, whatnot. But I know Chris and Katie seem to have thought he needed them. And I also want to point out that I think that Sebastian was showing more signs and symptoms of stress and duress when he was, at Katie and Chris's house versus when he was at Seth's house, in my opinion. And then in turn, that's where they say, oh, see, you need this medicine, right? Take this, when really, I mean, I saw such a well-behaved young man in Sebastian. I just really did. And I would be honest if I thought, well, boy, he's rambunctious, right? Or something like that. I wouldn't say, gosh, that kid's wild, but I mean, like, you would expect that he would be acting up if he was. And also you just don't see him expressing like any type of negative emotions about not being able to play, Yes, thanks, Seth. Yeah, he was never on any medications for the fluid on his brain. Thank you. Yeah, because that would have been, you would have needed to get like a stent or something um, for that, and not really necessarily a medication. Um, yeah, and I mean, we don't even hear about that incorporated into his nightly routine, and I wonder if that tipped Chris off too. I'd like to ask him.
Okay. And if that's the case,
Chris McDonough, rather, not Chris Proudfoot. Just to clarify.
for that question, what was his scheduling? What were the medications, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? Okay. And I'd like to hear, what those patterns are. Because I think if you had Seth come up here on this channel, he would tell you, oh, well, he was taking this, he was taking this, he was taking that, because he would have to give it to him when he would stay with him. Well, I want to hear that from the other people too, the Proudfoots. I want to hear his medication schedules. Okay. And if that's the case, then why isn't that a big deal? Because medications are a pattern of life. And when those things start to dissipate, that pattern of life starts to change. And this is one of the things I would ask parents with missing children. I would ask them right up front, is your child on any medication? If so, what are they? And the parents that just know, boom, boom, right there. Okay. That's giving you an idea of empathy. That's giving you an idea of, hey, what's the deal here? But what's been interesting throughout this whole thing is if he has a medicated schedule of some sort, you haven't heard it from the mother. Not that I've heard, maybe somebody else has heard, but I don't think she's ever gone on TV and say he needs his medications. Okay. That's a huge red flag, because that, again, it projects this. Remember you and I early on, Josh, were talking about, I said there would be an evolution with Dawn.
Yeah.
Okay. So if somebody says HIPAA and all this other stuff, well, okay, but your son's missing. Don't you want the world to know that if you do find him, he needs his meds?
Yeah, and really quick in the chat, I understand that the meds were not keeping him alive. Nobody's saying that.
We're not saying that. But the meds were doing something.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, which is fine. Okay. The point being the conversation about medication, whether or not it's doing something or whatever, it's like arguing over, the trespassing signs. I don't care.
I know.
The fact that he was on meds, that's doing something, whatever it is. And HIPAA, I don't care about that stuff. I care about the chemicals going into his body that were potentially helping him get through a day, a moment, a time. Okay. And I'd like to know that. Can you text Seth and see if he's available? Let's have him jump up.
And I think that's so interesting too, that would be one of the first questions that Chris would ask. So I like hearing these little nuggets of, how he would handle things, how his brain's working, and in terms of when he says empathy, that's something that kind of hits a little different, because that would be a major change in especially someone with autism, their routine. Right. So I do see that. Women's Warrior says some of the medication he would need to reduce gradually, as he will go into a withdrawal or become mentally unwell. Once it's stopped abruptly, he will become dependent upon at least one of the meds, in my opinion. Yeah. And you have to be weaned off a lot of that kind of stuff. And, depending on what exactly he was taking, how much he was used to. See, Taylor, oh my gosh, I get nervous just thinking about that, but that would be great. It would be great to have Josh and Chris McDonough and you on a live stream together. That's awesome. See, Taylor, thank you. That means a lot. Yeah, no, I would love to do that. I actually did invite Josh to do a panel with me. And I wanted to get together with Hindsight and BMW Coupe. So I'm going to try to get that done. I don't know. We might have to even see if it wouldn't be until after the new year, but he did agree So of course, but like I would be so nervous and because I don't know, they're just so good. I don't know. I guess that's why I'd be nervous. But thank you, C. Taylor. Um Seth says, and I didn't get the text until about 4:30 a.m. Oh no, did not go up on the panel. Oh dang, I was Seth, you don't have to. Well, where were you yesterday, Seth? No, I'm just teasing. Um, Me and Jen were trying really hard to get Seth on the panel. I said we have to be more or what I say, more aggressive. And then Mama Marissa said, "Get up on that panel." Um, it is hard though, and I hope you were actually getting some sleep. Even with Jess today, um, she was like, "Hey, could you give me a call?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I will." And then the day got away from me. Thanks, C. Taylor. And then before I knew it, I called her and I'm like, "Oh gosh, she's probably asleep by now," because and I forget she is a couple hours before, but she also gets up early with AJ to get him off to school on the bus and stuff. And I don't know if it's this week they're on vacation for Thanksgiving, so yeah, Josh and Chris are great together. I mean, and the best part is they're funny, but then they're also very serious, and you get these really great nuggets, right? So, no, Seth, I know. But no, and it's tough, right? Just because it was just very chaotic in that home, in my opinion. And when Sebastian was dealing with all of that stress and everything, and then he would go over by Seth, he didn't have all of that. I think that just says a lot in and of itself. It really does. So, thank you, little Miss Sharon. Thank you. Aw. Um, yeah, I would just be like, "Oh gosh, are we gonna have a script?" But because they're so natural too. They're just like so natural that they go back and forth. Um, we did go over the risperidone and stuff like that. Yeah, Women's Warrior. I'm glad that you reminded us as well, because I mean, that is true. I always forget about that. Um, yeah, because I mean, nothing catastrophic happened to me, but like when I was diagnosed with PTSD, they gave me a whole bunch of meds, and I just had way too many, and I just felt like a zombie. And so I did cold turkey that. I said, "I'm not taking this." I said, "I feel weird." People, like my coworkers were like, "What's wrong?" Like, because I was just out of it. So no, and then I did. I just went cold turkey. So I mean, like, I'm still here. So to me, I forget about that, and then also Sebastian's a young man, and I was a grown lady at that time, in my late 20s. So watch out for HIPAA. And that's the thing, like, I love that. I love that Chris was like, Chris McDonough, he's like, "Oh yeah, nobody cares about HIPAA." Nobody's held to that unless you're a medical professional. So, crystal clear twists and turns. Oh my gosh. You know, um, yeah, no, and that would have been a good panel too. That would have been a good panel. And the thing it's tough to come up. Lady is very thoughtful. Thanks, IML. You're so sweet. I wonder if CP is in Dr. Gary's book. He probably can pick someone out that's exactly like CP, little Miss Sharon, for sure. For sure. D Capote. I've never heard. Yep, some kids absolutely need medicine, Joe, and some don't. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. It depends. It depends. And I will say that, you know, I've had questions about Devlin's medication because he was on, he was off, he was on again too. Which is tough. Now the ADHD meds, that's one thing that I do not have ADHD. Sometimes I'm too focused. So with those, I know those can be pretty wacky too. But they say that about like, antidepressants and stuff as well. My ex-sister-in-law would insist her kids were ADHD and other things and had them taking all kinds of crap. Yeah. Yeah, Detroit. They didn't need it. Yeah, it's really messed up. She was the one who needed serious help. Well, that's true. And that is a I do wonder, like, because for me, I would rather do something natural, even though I understand there are times where medications are obviously they wouldn't prescribe them if they didn't. But then again, I do have some issues with the pharmaceutical companies, but that's for another show. But because they push it on the doctors push it on the patients. And and then these patients are children, and that's a big problem, right? And then also all of these kids should not be all doped up, right? Like you're rambunctious, you're a kid. I could remember, like, yay, we got a sugar high, like we're running around, eating pixie sticks and acting crazy because we had too much sugar. And really, I mean, yeah, your sugar goes up and you have more energy, but that's all really that goes with. It's not anything you know, that requires medication. You're just a hyper kid. And what really helps too is getting kids involved in things. And when you're Sebastian, hey Jackie, thanks for your super chat. She says, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, thank you. We need justice. Thanks, Jackie. And so yeah, absolutely. Um, these kids are just being kids sometimes, and they're being made to take all this medication, and you wonder how that's hurting or helping their brain development. That's what I think, in my opinion. Now, am I faulting any parents that do give their kids medications? No, because that's up to you. That's what you want to do. But it is difficult when you're co-parenting with people who have differing opinions as well. That's a whole nother issue, right? And a whole nother set of circumstances there. And yeah, it really just depends. Uh, I mean, it does. KJ Max says, Joe, unfortunately, I know a kid who has that occur and is not medicated. I won't argue the point with you. I will question what I want when I want for any reason. It's just that way, the way it is. Well, yeah, and the thing is everybody's an individual, and I just didn't like it. I mean, and I just wouldn't want to put the kids through that, but I understand that there are circumstances. And what do parents do when the doctors are prescribing these medications? You almost feel like, well, who am I to tell the doctor, what to do? They have medical, school under their belt and all these things. um and the psychiatrists, yeah, well, and those are the only ones that can prescribe medications to that effect. um so in my opinion, it appears that they were giving him medication to help him very sleepy and keep him quiet, or excuse me, to make him be very sleepy and keep him quiet. And it's very concerning when he doesn't need it, and when Seth is terrible. Need it with Seth, excuse me. It is terrible. Makes you wonder why. Well, and that's another thing too. If you get the kids involved in out doing things, for Sebastian, it seems like, he'd get up, he'd go to school, he'd come home when he was at his mom's house. So getting out there and playing, expels a lot of energy for kids, and they come home and they have no choice but to be tired, right? That they've expelled all the energy they have. It's cause and effect. I mean, now children on the spectrum do have a lot more of a stamina, right? Because I know a lot of kids, Jessica always laughs about AJ. She's like, he's an energizer bunny. he's not sleeping yet, and so that's why sometimes she'll be up later, but sometimes when when he's sleeping, she's got to sleep, and that way, so her schedule can be pretty, wacky at times. And I think it's knowing your kids and knowing what they need and, advocating for that is the biggest thing. Yeah, behavioral therapies are very important, KJ Mac. I agree completely. They're so effective. They really are. And they build confidence within the kids, right? So, and, I think the medication is a big, big issue, right? Because everybody was wondering about it as well in the beginning. We all were, because especially the news was telling everybody Sebastian needs his medications, and Craddock was saying it's going to have a negative effect on him if he doesn't have them, and so they were told that he absolutely needs them. But then come to find out, and especially I did side eye when they were talking about medicate, because I said medications for autism, and then Katie put out that Sebastian had ADHD, and then that's hard to gauge, because if Sebastian was on ADHD medications, it would bring him down, right? If he needed it, because that's kind of how they work, um, in that regard. But some of them are very harsh, and I don't know. It's up to an individual parent and their doctor, in my opinion. Shadow says, my daughter is on seizure medication. I would love to use natural stuff, but she has to have her meds. Absolutely, Shadow. Absolutely. She'll have seizures back to back. Oh, man. Oh, they do make her tired, but I really don't have a choice. Yeah. I'll tell you, my mom had seizures from her brain tumors. And she was taking, I believe it's like Delanton. Yeah, Dilantin, was one of them, and yeah, the same thing. You can't not take it though, because you don't want to run the risk of that. Um, Goodness sakes. Well, you're a good mom, Shadow, and that's the thing. It sucks because sometimes you don't want to have to do that, but you do. You know. Wow. We Sebastian gets home. When Sebastian gets home, I would love to play chess with him. Aw, I love chess. I love challenges and games. Aw, Nisi Marie, that's so sweet. I love that. Cece says, right, Shadow, there is no other choice for seizures, no natural remedies. No, because and that's the thing. I never recommend going against the doctor's orders, and unless you're really, having that gut instinct, or as a parent, like, oh no, I shouldn't do this, right? This isn't good, or you see a negative effect on your child. It doesn't make them always right. That's true, Seth. Absolutely. And that's the thing. We know our kids best. We know our own bodies best, right? So if our kids are even coming to us and saying, hey, I don't like the way this makes me feel and stuff, we need to listen, you know? I can see that too, Joe. Yeah, people do self-medicate. They absolutely do. They absolutely do. It's about getting down to the root, issues as well. That's why I think therapy is so valuable, guys, because I couldn't have done that either without therapy. That was the biggest one for me. It was. It was like, okay, this is, once I found a good therapist, was just hard. But then you start learning techniques and doing, healing. Going through a process of healing is the most important thing too, because there's no amount of drugs on earth that's going to make you forget if you had a horrible situation like that happen to you. There's no amount of drugs in the world that can take care of the pain and anguish that a parent feels when their child's missing. There's no amount of anything. We have to feel it. We have to go through it, and feel it. Otherwise, it still sticks with us if we don't feel it, right? If we numb it, then it's going to stick with us. You have to hit it head on almost, which is not easy, and it sucks. And I hate it. It was a horrible time for me, but but that's with anything, it's a lot of times it's hard to see the light at the end of the tunnel as well. Um, yeah, yeah, it is different. It is a different ball game. Yeah, yeah. Well, and I just think it's really, the parents who know their child, and I just it would just be very frustrating as a parent knowing that my child's okay when they're here, they don't need the medications, but then when they're at the other parent's house, they need that. A lot like, when Sebastian needed the pull-ups and didn't, that says a lot. I mean, big failure on the part of CPS. The family court system is really good at that too, because I'm here to tell you, you can't just go on, the defense and go reporting the other parent. That'll never work, you know, because you'll be looked at as vindictive rather than a concerned parent. They just look at you like, oh, well, you just don't know how to co-parent, and that's where there's a lot of issues as well. We need people to identify, especially the caseworkers, you know what the real issue is in the family and find a solution for it, right? And in this case, they could have done a lot of things with Sebastian, to help him to transition to, a lot of things, to his dad's house and keep a close eye on him, right? Once a week at counseling, and then he gets a little bit of relief here and there when he goes to his dad's every other weekend. But things were so heated in that household. I could just imagine how heated it was. Yeah, thank you, C. Taylor. Exactly. We also need to be cautious not to shame those who greatly benefit from meds. Yeah, for sure. Because, you know, some people really, really do benefit and do need them. Seth says I got in an argument with the school nurse in California about putting Sebastian on medication, but as soon as Katie had me out of the house, she started Sebastian on meds. See, and that's wild to me. I mean, because especially how young Sebastian was at that time. You know, I just think it's not a good trajectory, you know, to put the kids on. And the doctors do get kickback from the pharmaceutical companies, guys. No, that is no joke. I'm not anti-medicine. Sometimes it's needed because nothing else helps the children or the parents. Yeah, definitely, women's warrior. Yeah, I mean, if you're at your wit's end, you'll try anything when your kids are hurting or in discomfort or any of that. If they're having issues, you're gonna try to help them. No doubt. Yeah, oh my goodness. Detroit says my brother fought against what his wife was doing and finally got his oldest son and took him out of all of that crap. Yeah, she was forcing him to take. Oh, and he improved 100%. Yeah. I mean, sometimes attention is required, and the thing is when kids aren't getting attention, they're gonna act out, right? They don't care if it's negative or positive, they just know you're showing them attention again, you know? So, especially in the situation that Sebastian was in, you know, again, that transitioning into being, with his biological parents in one house, and then all of a sudden you get stepfoot. I mean, I don't even think I need to explain that to any of us in here. It was a school nurse. I told her to give Sebastian a cup of coffee at lunch, and she didn't appreciate my response. Well, I mean, hey, that's the thing. I mean, it's interesting the things that you learn about your kids and know about your kids that work. And when other people don't wanna listen to it, it's very weird, you know? "Oh, no, Detroit," Seth says, "Hi, Detroit, but I can't see ya." "Oh, no, you should be able to. You guys both have wrenches." "Yeah, Tony is good. He's spending time with his family." "Good, thanks, Seth." Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I am so glad to hear that. Women's Warrior says 100% agree with you, Lady Freedom. The difference between households is like day and night, and all of the warning signs are there for CPS and professionals to see something was wrong. Yeah, if they had done their job. Yeah, and I know they have lots of cases and stuff, but that doesn't excuse it. It really doesn't. Not to the magnitude that we're seeing and knowing that there were major issues. I mean, just look at Chris, and Chris McDonough even said that about CP, I should say, just to differentiate the two. Yeah, imagine what it was like. If he's acting like this and yelling and screaming and all the people in the neighborhood can hear it because Katie's like standing at the door or whatever and they're going back and forth. Imagine what it was like for Sebastian. He didn't stifle that temper or that anger or that rage or the yelling. No. No, he's the king of that house. That's my house. You know? Katie tried to say it's her property, and Chris is like, "It's my house." Yeah, he is, a real piece of work.
I mean, who cares about HIPAA at this point? 2 years later, it should have been done the first week.
Yeah, I can ask him. Let's see.
Yeah.
He was here. I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while.
We've already asked Seth this question, so it's not going to be traumatic for him. Just FYI.
Let's see here. Well, I wait. Let's finish this while I see if I can.
Right.
Well, I will tell you. I will tell you that I have only been hired on this case for 2 days.
I will forewarn you. So anything that you get, do you share back to the family?
Do I share what? Share back to the family. Is that what you said?
Anything. Yeah, if you anything that you find or you get, share.
It's going to depend if it comes from law enforcement, which is what I told Weatherford. If it's something they share with me that they tell me, because I understand that there are some things that don't need to be in the public, and if it's
My question. Answer that question. Are you going to give them information back? Yes or no? I mean, it's real simple.
depending on what it is. If it's something I can share with them, yes, I will share it with them.
I will say this: I wish you the best of luck. I hope you find some. I hope you get some. Truly.
That sort of seemed condescending to me.
Well, he's more worried about what the Rogers family gets than the well-being of Seth, or excuse me, of Sebastian.
Sebastian,
You know, that
I really do.
Right.
That's
I hope you can find. I don't give a shit what it is. Piece of evidence or something that move something in one direction.
Right.
I will tell you this. There is no chance Seth Rogers or the Roger family is going to reach out and contact us, and there's going to be reciprocating phone calls because it ain't happening right.
There doesn't need to be phone calls between you guys.
The only way that's going to happen, he ain't going to do it. He ain't going to do it. Yeah, it's real simple. So, and I mean, unfortunately, he's made his bed. He's going to lie. You know, I mean, it is what it is.
I tried, 4 different times to get him to interview with me.
It seems like y'all were somewhat cordial in the beginning.
We were.
We have been very cordial. I got proof of shit that where he's running his mouth that he didn't talk to me and all this. I got phone records where I've had hour-long conversations.
When he said that Hayden spoke to him, that we refused to speak to him for 2 weeks, he was on the phone with him for long periods of time. Damn near every day at that point. Welcome
They
to
were welcome in the house. It was fine.
I'd be on the phone with y'all long periods of time too. You think he enjoyed himself doing that? Sorry, Seth, we're talking for you, but for real, that wouldn't be a fun time. Your guys' son's missing, right, Katie? You would take Chris out of the equation. You and Seth had a son named Sebastian, right? When you guys were together, that was your son, right? So put yourself back in that position. He's still always going to be, no matter whatever happens between you and Seth, Sebastian is always your child together, whether you like it or whether you don't. That was your choice, right? So what is this? It's very frustrating to hear that, because it's like she's distancing herself from the entire situation. Right? And she's saying, well, we used to get along, but he didn't want to do what I wanted him to do. So, I got pissed at him because I kept asking him to do the interviews with me and blah, blah, blah. Well, did it ever occur to you that he maybe thought you were being dishonest? Did it ever occur to you that 30 minutes into him arriving, Chris arriving, it's been alleged that he said, what are you going to do if this goes south? I wouldn't want to do an interview with you either. Not publicly, no. Why? So the public thinks that everything's hunky-dory? Hell no. No way. No, ma'am. I don't care how much I loved you, right? When we had our baby and everything was good, that doesn't matter. The fact of the matter is Sebastian's missing now, and he's yours and Seth's son, not Chris's. But you won't talk to anybody without Chris, and Chris wasn't even there according to you. It's super frustrating because none of it makes any sense. Unless, a big unless, Chris has guilty knowledge and he is protecting you, which would explain why you're still wife number 5 and he hasn't left you in the dust. Because he obviously has guilty knowledge about wherever Sebastian is. What would it make a difference to him if you talk to other people unless something nefarious did happen? You hiding Sebastian somewhere or something worse. It makes no sense. At all. And then you complain that he was on the phone with you too much? You guys wouldn't get me to stop calling you and asking you, where's Sebastian? Right? Do you remember anything new? Is there anything you can think of? Right? It's very odd. It's very odd. Because you're expecting us to believe that all of this hostility is because somebody, what? Came too close to your no trespassing signs?
And what was your name again?
This is what they told us about you too.
Well, everybody and I'm being honest, everybody on fucking Facebook, all this YouTube, all this TikTok, all this bullshit, they could take those fucking shows and stick them so far up their asses, and I hope they choke on.
Yeah.
Quiet on
you.
Yeah, I'm joking right now. Hear that again.
All this TikTok, all this bullshit.
I love how Chris looks at Josh and said, "That's you." That's all of us, It's like the collective. Like, we know who we are, right? We all know who we are. Yeah, Chris, we got it. We got it. But that was cute. Chris McDonough says that's you. That's funny.
When he said that Hatton spoke to him, that we refused to speak to him for 2 weeks, he was on the phone with him for long periods of time. Damn near every day at that point. Welcome to school.
In the house. It was fine. And what was your name again?
This is what they told us about you too.
Well, everybody and I'm being honest, everybody on fucking Facebook, all this YouTube, all this TikTok, all this bullshit, they could take those fucking shows and stick them so far up their asses, and I hope they choke on.
Yeah.
Quiet on.
Yeah, I'm joking right now. Hear that again.
All this TikTok, all this bullshit, they could take those fucking shows and stick them so far up their asses, and I hope they choke on.
Yeah.
Quiet on. There ain't a fucking one of them out there that have sit here and run us through the fucking dirt.
Yeah.
I wouldn't piss on them if they were on fire.
We're so unhinged.
The feeling's mutual, Chris, and I'm here to tell you, we laugh at you, little man. We are not afraid of you. We laugh at you, Napoleon.
They found some lady that has the same name as me.
I mean,
murdered her child.
yeah, if there was somebody on fire and the only way to put them out was that way, and I didn't like them, I would probably still do it.
Yes, in the early 2000s, and they're trying to say that that's me.
That's the problem with sleuths that don't have access to like actual databases, is that a lot of these like Truthfinder and all those like the public access ones, there's mixed information.
Let me ask you this: you're going after sex offenders, obviously.
Now this is interesting, Chris. Listen to this.
Right, that's my.
You have the access to scan the dark web for trafficking.
Yeah,
Okay, now,
I
this is not a sex offender that has committed this crime. Okay? That is 43 years chasing sex offenders who have actually committed crimes. Unfortunately, this has not been a situation where Sebastian is sitting on the dark web somewhere because somebody snagged him out of the house when all the cameras were down, and mom works for a Brinks company that puts up surveillance systems.
Yeah, that's interesting.
And hers just happens to be down that night. And they're now selling him on the dark web somewhere. First of all, that's just ludicrous speed. Completely. Put the Darth Vader helmet on and press stop because you're going to hit the wall. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you take Summer and you take somebody else's history and you plug that history into that set of scenario, and then you plug in the shed at the bottom of the hill, we may be onto something somewhere.
Boom.
She could have been moved. Said that from the beginning. Okay. But in this situation, it's like apples and oranges, and all that is just, they're trying to guide a narrative that
I want you to look down this hole, and it almost seems like she's directing her to like a dead end,
a rabbit hole.
Sex trafficking. Do you know like how labor intensive? No offense to any PI, but the FBI has trouble tracking it down.
Well, you know how labor intensive it is, sex trafficking a 15-year-old autistic boy on medication.
Yeah, it's almost unheard of. I would think. And by the way, how does he get out of the house, or how does anybody pick him up or show up at the house and no cameras caught anything? That doesn't make sense from the standpoint of whoever. He's obviously not in the house. He was in the house, from what we were told. But the fact of the matter is, he had to get out of the house somehow, and it seems as though whoever was able to get him out of the house was aware of the cameras or lack of cameras.
Yeah, you've got to let's look at the risk level of the offender. If this is a random situation, risk level of the offender. Okay. Is it a high risk to go to a house where somebody's blowing a gasket about trespassing signs?
Yeah.
Imagine trying to get into that house to get the target. And then once you're in the house, you have to evade all of the other target systems, i.e. mom, cameras, all this other stuff. You'd have to know that the cameras were down that night.
Correct.
Okay. And these are just common sense things. And then you're going to take the child somehow out of the house, maybe, Houdini or whatever. Okay. And you're going to try to get him out of the house so nobody sees him, including the mom, who the last time was out in the living room. Did she go to bed? Do we know? Was she in her bedroom or was she in the living room?
I think she was in the living room on the phone with Chris, her husband.
But she heard a thump at midnight, right?
10 o'clock, 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock.
And she yells, "Go to bed," if I remember right.
Something like that, yes.
Okay. Didn't she hear another bang or something like that somewhere?
She said that she heard a thud.
Okay. She hears a thud. At what time was that? I forget.
Was it 9 or 10? It was 9 or 10 o'clock, I believe.
Okay. 9 or 10 o'clock, whatever it is. Okay. Either way, she yells.
Went to bed at midnight.
Yeah. Go to bed. She goes to bed at midnight. And then from midnight to what? 6 in the morning?
Nothing. Yeah. And then she wakes him up. She goes to wake him up for school. He's gone.
Okay. So you got 6 hours.
No forced entry. Shoes are there. Everything that I guess would be dear to him is there.
So somehow a perpetrator makes it into the house to take him and put him on the dark web for trafficking.
Correct.
And leaves nothing behind, no evidence, no nothing. It's just, he's gone. He vanished.
Right, but how would that person get him out of the house, And I know they're running through a scenario here, but that's my biggest problem with this is that you know, he not only, and the thud was at 10, according to Katie, in multiple interviews. So I'm just assuming that's the time. But, you know, she tells Nancy Grace the thud was at 10. She told everybody the thud was at 10, right? Sebastian went to bed at 9. He said, "Good night, mama. Good night, puppies." She said that Sebastian went to bed a little bit later. She let him stay up a little bit late, right? She told that to Caitlin Miller when they did the Only Hands interview, where they have sausage fingers and they're stroking each other like weirdos. Um, you know, so we have that, and then the thuds at 10. Uh, Katie goes to wake up Sebastian in the morning and he's not there. You know, the story stinks. There's major lapses of time, and Katie didn't go to bed till midnight, right? Katie herself said that she didn't go to bed until around midnight, and Chris told her, "Put the dogs up and go to bed," right? So, unbelievable.
All right.
Gone and vanished. That's right.
Okay. How much is the bridge in Brooklyn? I forget.
I don't know, but it certainly is for sale.
Can get that done. Not me personally, but I know somebody. Yeah.
Do it,
Okay.
please. I mean, you're not more for me, but
Yeah. No, but that's. I mean, is that how you feel? That's what you think is going on?
everybody keeps talking about trafficking and trafficking and trafficking, and they just found 11 missing kids, and everybody's going out to.
This is straight up Don Wells talking point 2.0. I mean, he used to say this crap to me all the matter of fact. He went as far as to say, everybody's talking about this and that, and all these kids were found because of the Biden administration. And I mean, it was a whole thing. I mean, you heard a lot of that too, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And then finally, when you go, Don, and then he would go, all right. I mean, remember when you call him on it, and you did that to him before. You let him. This is one of the funniest things. And I hope I'm not revealing too much, but
no, you're fine.
Even after all of our blow-ups, Chris had a conversation with Don, where Don was like, CPS is involved, the government, all this stuff. And Chris let him talk for like 20 minutes straight. And Chris finally just goes, Don, come on. And he goes, okay.
That's the point.
I remember I was just like, that's unbelievable. That and I mean, he went into detail. And finally, when you told him, come on, and he's like, all right, and you're just like, God.
I was actually just sitting down to pee, but whatever,
But it was like,
if you listen to this call, which I'm hearing for the very first time, it's like, well, that doesn't make sense. And
no, yeah, none of it does really.
No,
would investigators listen to this?
Oh, sure.
They would. Okay. So if somebody walked in with a tape like this and said, hey, maybe if you're a lead detective on this case, you say, hey, I have something for you to listen to.
I'm going to rewind it, guys. I love that Josh just asked that question, right? Like, would an investigator actually listen to this? I think that's a great question, right? And then Chris is like, oh, yeah, right? But first you have to be an investigator, right? You got to be a detective that's actually working the case, doing their job, right? We have to have that in place first. But yeah, investigators would look into this.
I mean, this is something that they would take and go, wow.
Well, I'm not going to talk about it, but look at Sarah. She had 11 TikToks and then 300 and something.
Yeah.
After. So yeah, absolutely. Let them run. Let them run. Love your avatar, by the way.
Thank you.
Is that a Superman? You should have put a corn dog in his hand.
Come on.
You still have time to correct it. You guys are doing a great job out there, by the way. I love all you rats and all of our subscribers. Hit that like button for Josh here. Send this thing around the world. Everybody, hopefully you're doing well. Hi, Laura. Lisa, Sadie, Paige, Brat, Misty. It's great to see you guys. Marlene.
Go lay down.
While we're waiting for Chicken Lips to get back.
I'm back. Otis is just being difficult. All right. So we got a little bit more of this here.
Okay.
This whole sex offender bullshit. So if there's anything to it and someone took him and it's trafficking, where would they go?
Right.
Because if he were within 5 miles of this house, there's
Chicken lips. I have voluptuous lips.
Even she didn't believe it. She even said it there 30 seconds ago.
I know. She called it BS.
Yeah.
Let's hear that again.
no chance that he wouldn't have been found. Just found 11 missing kids, and everybody's going after this whole sex offender bullshit. So if there's anything to it and someone took him and it's trafficking, where would they go? Right. Because if he were within 5 miles of this house, there's no chance that he wouldn't have been found. None.
Which, by the way, not true. Absolutely not true. If he was within 5 miles of that house, there's no way that he wouldn't have been found. Kaylee Anthony was 0.8 miles on the side of the road in a ditch, and they had huge turnout.
Yeah, but you know what she just said without saying it?
What?
You need to look out further than 5 miles.
I know. You need to look out further than 5 miles, and you need to check out the trafficking BS.
Because I know every single.
No, not the trafficking.
So if there's a.
It's a subtlety. It's called leakage. I mean, you see, you think, and she did this early on in the interview with the news too. Okay, go back and play that again.
Anything to it, and someone took him, and
Yeah, no, but that's, I mean, is that how you feel? That's what you think is going on?
everybody keeps talking about trafficking and trafficking and trafficking, and they just found 11 missing kids.
See, what she's doing is transferring the conversation to other people. Okay. The reason that's happening is because internally she knows that's not the answer.
Oh, wow. Now this is where I wanted Chris's expertise, right? Chris McDonough, not you, Chris. Not you, right? Wow. Right, Chuchi? Wow. There it is. Katie's saying that to divert the conversation over. She knows damn well that Sebastian wasn't trafficked, in my opinion. You know? Wow.
Because she's saying everybody keeps talking about trafficking and trafficking and trafficking. And what's happening subconsciously is she's going, well, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Okay. And then she qualifies it. Go ahead.
And everybody's going after this whole sex offender bullshit. So if there's anything to it.
See, she knows that's not true. So she's leaking subconsciously something going on internally. So in an interview.
Woo, Katie, you're like Mario Andretti qualifying, right? Qualifying that you know damn well that's bullshit. Damn.
Interview, you would say to somebody like that, you know, it's interesting you brought that. Huge
turnout.
Yeah, but you know what she just said without saying it?
What?
You need to look out further than 5 miles.
I know. You need to look out further than 5 miles, and you need to check out the trafficking BS.
Because I know every single.
No, not the trafficking.
So if there's
it's a subtlety. It's called leakage. I mean, you see, you think, and she did this early on in the interview with the news too. Okay, go back and play that again.
Anything to it, and someone took him, and
Yeah, no, but that's, I mean, is that how you feel? That's what you think is going on?
everybody keeps talking about trafficking and trafficking and trafficking, and they just found 11 missing kids.
See, what she's doing is transferring the conversation to other people. Okay. The reason that's happening is because internally she knows that's not the answer. Because she's saying everybody keeps talking about trafficking and trafficking and trafficking. And what's happening subconsciously is she's going, well, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. Okay. And then she qualifies it. Go ahead.
And everybody's going after this whole sex offender bullshit. So if there's anything to it.
See, she knows that's not true. So she's leaking subconsciously something going on internally. So in an interview, you would say to somebody like that, you know, it's interesting you brought that up. Help me understand what you mean. Okay. And let her elaborate even further. Okay. To the point where you can say, well, what's your theory? So let's listen to what happens.
And someone took him and it's trafficking. Where would they go?
Right.
Because if he were within 5 miles of this house, there's no chance that he wouldn't have been found. None. Because I know every single.
You see how she positioned that?
Yeah. Yeah, it was almost kind of like, here, you go chase down this BS that I don't even believe. Here you go.
Well, she said, see, if he were within 5 miles of this house. Okay. Okay. So you'd want to stop her and ask, do you know how far away he is? Why did you choose 5 miles?
Oh.
as a reference point. Keep going.
Group, agency, technology.
Go back.
Yeah, everything that was brought in. There's no chance he was within 5. He were within 5 miles of going on. Everybody keeps talking about trafficking and trafficking and trafficking, and they just found 11 missing kids, and everybody's going after this whole sex offender bullshit. So if there's anything to it, and someone took him, and it's traffic.
By the way, don't look within 5 miles because he would have been found already.
Well, she knows it's not true.
That's a ridiculous thing to say. Why would you say that?
She's telling the world right there.
She's also telling Heather Cohen that she thinks her theory is BS, which I find to be interesting, and she's also ordering her to go look more into it. Interesting.
In her heart of hearts, mind to mind, she's telling the world that trafficking is BS. She says it.
Yeah.
Play it again. Listen carefully.
King. Where would they?
Yeah, I can get that down going on.
I mean, you're not more for me, but
Yeah, no, but that's, I mean, is that how you feel? That's what you think is going on?
everybody keeps talking about trafficking and trafficking and trafficking, and they just found 11 missing kids, and everybody's going after this whole sex offender bullshit. So if there's anything to it and someone took him and it's trafficking, where would they go?
Right.
If someone took him and it's trafficking, if someone took him and it's trafficking, play that again, listen very carefully.
Right, because if and someone took him and it's trafficking after this game, and
is going on.
Everybody keeps talking about trafficking and trafficking and trafficking, and they just found 11 missing kids, and everybody's going after this whole sex offender bullshit. So if there's anything to it and someone took him and it's trafficking, where would they go? Right.
If there's anything to it and it's trafficking, okay, what she's doing is she's projecting that she doesn't even believe it.
And this is a good point here. And Kelsey, thank you for donating 5 lab memberships. This is why you don't let her talk, right? That's a good point.
This is great.
So funny.
That's good stuff.
He were within 5 miles of this house. There's no chance that he wouldn't have been found. None. Because I know every single group, agency, technology, everything that was brought in. There's no chance he was within 5 miles of this house.
Okay, stop.
Okay. It was done over.
So what she's doing is qualifying that she's aware of the technology that would be utilized, okay, the type of people that would come in to investigate it, okay, because she says, I'm aware of these things, okay, and so what she's doing is she's projecting that she has an edge to this investigation.
Yeah, little Miss Know-It-All over there, but she can't answer where Sebastian is.
Because she would have known. She says it. Go back again.
He was within 5 miles. None. Because I know every single group. Where would they go?
Right.
Because if he were within 5 miles of this house, there's no chance that he wouldn't have been found. None. Because I know every single.
Stop. Okay. Now, why is this important? If this was a pre-planned event, those were the considerations that was taken into account about the planning. Who would potentially be involved? What technology would be utilized? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So she's positioning herself, at least in this conversation, as being aware of what would happen if an investigation kicked off. And so you have to ask yourself, sitting back as a, just a lay person and, or, somebody listening going, well, okay, is he within 5 miles? Well, according to mom, she already knew that if they hadn't found him within 5 miles, okay, with all the technology and the people involved, FBI, TBI, and all the other folks, that they would have found him by now. So what she did is she kind of leaked out that there could be something else going on here, that he's further out. Are you tracking me here?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like she's directing traffic, and saying things that she can't. I mean, she couldn't possibly know. I mean, unless she does, meaning with direct knowledge of where he is, and I mean, she can't know that if she has nothing to do with his disappearance. If she knows nothing, if he got up and walked out the door like she says, and at this point, she was like, she at this point she just claims, we don't know if he walked away or somebody took him. But What I'm saying is there's nothing, she's saying things that she can't possibly know to be true without inside information.
Wow. Absolutely. There it is. Right? She is ruling things out with Heather like he can't be, right? With all the technology that they use, he can't be within 5 miles of the house, right? But she's also qualifying that as if she knows it as certainty. If she didn't know where her son was, she wouldn't be so certain, would she? It's wild.
That's what it would seem. Something somewhere.
You don't just make those accusations to somebody who's going to be looking for your child. You know, if you want to just track down this, trafficking bullshit. I mean,
well, she's reflecting on her conscience. She's reflecting on something internally that she's remembering. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Play it back a little bit more, and we'll let it run a little bit more. I'm sorry.
As if he
you're fine.
Right.
What were you?
Trafficking. That's what you think is. You're not more for me, but yeah, no, but that's. I mean, is that how you feel? That's what you think is going on?
Everybody keeps talking about trafficking, and they just found 11 missing kids, and everybody's going after this whole sex offender bullshit. So if there's anything to it, and someone took him, and it's
okay. So Heather asked her a personal question. Is that how you feel? She's asking for an emotional response. And what response did she get?
traffic going after this whole sex offender bullshit. Just found 11. Everybody keeps talking about trafficking.
That's her response.
They just found 11 missing kids.
She didn't personalize.
No, she said, well, look, they just found 11 kids.
Okay, but she categorized it as everybody. And now go back just for a second, one more time. Sorry.
Okay.
This is important.
Please.
I mean, you're not more for me, but yeah, no, but that's. I mean, is that how you feel? That's what you think is going on?
Everybody keeps talking about trafficking.
You see, she asked her a personal response about, is that how you feel? Is that what you think is going on? And she responds with, everybody. Meaning not her, outside of herself. She responds by deflecting outside of herself that everybody else is saying all of these other things. Okay. That takes some skill. That is somebody that has lied all her life. And because she is asked about her feelings about what's taking place here about her son. And she reflects to what other people are saying, not what she is feeling. Okay. That's a problem. It's subtle, but when you start putting Legos together, you get a house.
You're the one that's talked to tens of thousands of people about stuff like this.
Well, this is Candace. And I walked her back to the house.
Ooh,
and I turned around.
wow. Okay, so two big takeaways really quick before he gets into Candace, right? Because that's a whole nother can of worms, but it's also a similar can of worms, right? Maybe it's a double pack of worms or whatever, but goodness sake, Sammy, I'll tell you what, and I mean, Chris McDonough says about Katie, she's been lying like this all her life, right? She's highly manipulative. She's actually not that bad of a liar, which I think Katie's a horrible liar, but he's saying, you can tell by the way she's lying, she's a pathological liar that's been lying her whole life. Now, some of that is sad, in my opinion, because of Katie's past. So, but we won't get into that. That's a whole nother ball game.
Asked about her feelings about what's taking place here about her son. And she reflects to what other people are saying, not what she is feeling. Okay. That's a problem. It's subtle, but when you start putting Legos together, you get a house.
You're the one that's talked to tens of thousands of people about stuff like this.
Well, this is Candace. And I walked her back to the house and I turned around. She was gone.
Gone.
And down at the water hole, it was Candace. What's wrong? I feel like God is punishing me. Why? Man, we were that close.
And I'm telling you, that was one of the truest statements I've ever heard Candace say, and one of the most pure moments that and I've seen, I don't know, just too many clips and audio clips that was the only time I ever heard her broken down. And like you said, like, I feel like God's punishing me is a statement that has always stuck in my mind and will always.
The thing about these kind of cases is they don't go away internally for people. They just keep building. They build. So you have to be patient. And I think that was just demonstrated in Idaho. You've got to be patient and let it build. Okay? Because eventually the dam will start to have leaks, emotional leaks. Well, that's what we call leakage. Okay? And in this situation, 50 days into this, I'm hearing these leaks already starting 50 days into this. You see, I'm not listening to what she's saying. I'm listening how she's saying it. Okay? And keep going. I'm sorry.
They just found 11 missing kids, and everybody's going after this whole sex offender bullshit. So if there's anything to it and someone took him and it's trafficking, where would they go? Right. Because if he were within 5 miles of this house, there's no chance that he wouldn't have been found. None. Because I know every single group, agency, technology, everything that was brought in, there's no chance he was within 5 miles of this house. Okay. It was done over.
She knows.
Well, look, man, she either knows or she has no idea what the hell she's talking about.
She just said, there's no chance he's within 5 miles of this house.
She's very confident in her statement. I agree.
She qualified.
She's speaking in absolutes. Definitely. She's speaking in absolutes here. There's no chance, right? That means
This
not
is
at all.
horrible.
Zero.
Missing teeth causes a
Nada,
range
nothing.
of different problems in a person's life.
Right.
Everybody's going after this whole sex offender bullshit. So if there's anything to it and someone took him and it's trafficking, where would they go? Right. Because if he were within 5 miles of this house, there's no chance that he wouldn't have been found. None. Because I know every single group, agency, technology, everything that was brought in, there's no chance he was within 5 miles of this house. Okay. It was done over.
She knows.
Well, look, man, she either knows or she has no idea what the hell she's talking about.
She just said, there's no chance he's within 5 miles of this house.
She's very confident in her statement. I agree.
She qualifies it with, I know all the agencies, I know all the technologies, etc. I know that it's a bunch of BS for sex offenders. She just lays it all out there right in front of us. Play that one more time and listen very carefully, everybody.
Wow.
It's trafficking. Web for trafficking?
Yeah, I can get that done. Not me personally, but I know somebody. Yeah.
Do it. Okay, please. I mean, you're not more for me, but
yeah, no, but that's. I mean, is that how you feel? That's what you think is going on?
Everybody keeps talking about trafficking and trafficking and trafficking, and they just found 11 missing kids, and everybody's going after this whole sex offender bullshit. So if there's anything to it and someone took him and it's trafficking, where would they go?
Right.
Because if he were within 5 miles of this house, there's no chance that he wouldn't have been found. None. Because I know every single group, agency, technology, everything that was brought in, there's no chance he was within 5 miles of this house.
Okay.
It was done over and over and
no chance.
There's no chance he was within 5 miles of this house. She knows that. She's qualified it. Her son disappears. She knows that there's no way he's within 5 miles. So if I was a case agent, I'd take a note. I wouldn't ask it right now, but I'd be writing down, why is that? I want to explore this a little bit more down the road. Okay. I want indicators that tell me why she would make comments like that. Go ahead.
over, and they use heat sinking, they used FLIR, they used vision, they used night. They did if you can name it, they did it, and they did it in multiple ways. I don't think he's that close to home, unless he's in a basement.
Oh, listen to this.
Ways. I don't think he's that close to home, unless he's in a basement. I was begging them to search farther.
Stop. Unless he's in the basement.
I think
or
a basement.
Did it in multiple ways. I don't think he's that close to home, unless he's in a basement.
In a basement.
I was begging them to search farther.
Which is still. Was begging.
Oh, sorry. I was about to just repeat that. I'll let Josh do.
Them to search farther.
Okay.
I was begging them to search farther, unless he's in a basement, right? And in my opinion, that's very specific rather than saying he's in a basement somewhere. I don't know where. He could be in a basement somewhere, right? For all I know, he could be in a basement somewhere. No, she says unless he's in a basement, right? Unless he's in a basement.
I wouldn't ask it right now, but I'd be writing down, why is that? I want to explore this a little bit more down the road. Okay. I want indicators that tell me why she would make comments like that. Go ahead.
Over, and they used heat sinking, they used FLIR, they used vision, they used night. I mean, they did. They did. If you can name it, they did it, and they did it in multiple ways. I don't think he's that close to home, unless he's in a basement.
Oh, listen to this.
Ways. I don't think he's that close to home, unless he's in a basement. I was begging them to search farther.
Stop. Unless he's in the basement.
I think it's
In a basement. Did it in multiple ways. I don't think he's that close to home, unless he's in a basement.
In a basement.
I was begging them to search farther.
Which is still. I was begging them to search farther.
Okay. This area has been
Even Heather, the PI, is like, what is going on here?
canvassed. They did. They did. If you can name it, they did it, and they did it in multiple ways. I don't think he's that close to home, unless he's in a basement. I was begging them to search farther. Okay. This area has been canvassed. Okay.
It's 50 days.
I was begging them to search farther. I was begging them to search farther. Begging who? The police? That's interesting too.
In 50 days in. Yes.
Ways. I don't think he's that close to home, unless he's in a basement. I was begging them to search farther.
Stop. Unless he's in the basement. I think it's
In a basement. Did it in multiple ways. I don't think he's that close to home, unless he's in a basement.
In a basement.
I was begging them to search farther.
Which is
I don't think he's that close.
I was begging them to.
I don't think he's that close to home unless he's in a basement. See, and we talked about that too. It's a really bothersome topic, right? It's a very that statement is it doesn't sit well with me. Right? You don't think he's close to home unless he is in a basement. So if he's in a basement, then he's close to home? What?
Search farther.
Okay. This area has been
Even Heather, the PI, is like, what is going on here?
Yeah, I'm sure she's like scratching her head, Yeah. It's odd. This area has been canvassed. And you can hear that change in tone with Katie. This area has been canvassed, right? And it's not a tone of desperation like, oh, we've done all we can do. This area has been canvassed. No, this area has been canvassed. Aggressive, defensive, the whole 9 yards.
It's like that. Go ahead.
over, and they used heat sinking, they used FLIR, they used vision, they used night. I mean, they did. They did. If you can name it, they did it, and they did it in multiple ways. I don't think he's that close to home, unless he's in a basement.
Oh, listen to this.
Ways. I don't think he's that close to home, unless he's in a basement. I was begging them to search farther.
Stop. Unless he's in the basement. I think it's
In a basement. Did it in multiple ways. I don't think he's that close to home, unless he's in a basement.
In a basement.
I was begging them to search farther.
Which is still. I was begging them to search farther.
Jackie.
Okay. This area has been
Even Heather, the PI, is like, what is going on here?
canvassed. They did. They did. If you can name it, they did it, and they did it in multiple ways. I don't think he's that close to home, unless he's in a.
It's like she's begging them to stop. This area has been canvassed. Please stop searching. How bizarre.
Basement. I was begging them to search farther.
Okay.
This area has been canvassed.
So please get out of here.
Okay.
In my opinion.
It's 50 days in. 50 days in.
Yeah. I'm a mom too, baby. I get it. I do. I have a 15-year-old son as well. And you're doing a good job of keeping yourself together, which some people interpret badly.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Every one of them spineless cowards.
Here we and we're back.
And action. Rolling the meat grinder. But let's stop for a second. Right. So they are worried about something around that house because they're qualifying that the neighborhood's been canvassed, all these other things have been done. And then she says, something about the basement, unless he's in a basement. Mm-hmm. Okay. And some homes in Tennessee, that area, have basements, obviously, because of tornadoes. But they are worried, and this is why they go 0 to 60 about the trespassing signs. There's something in that environment that they do not want found. Something. I have no idea what that is. But
it's funny that you say that because bringing it full circle, I remember, like you were saying, there's something there, but I have no idea what it is. And I remember when I was watching Mark Tinsley the other day when he was subpoenaing Alex Murdaugh for his records, he said that I just knew that he didn't want me to have them at the time, and I didn't know why. And he said, but I do now. And that's sort of what's happening here. It's like, I'm not really sure why she's saying that or what it is, but there's obviously something here.
Well, 50 days into the investigation, there's no way they want everybody poking around the house even further.
Poking around.
Come over, Paul.
Together, which some people interpret.
He had been behaving very well, and then all of a sudden,
badly.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Every one of them spineless cowards ain't got the fucking balls.
Oh,
Come over,
Jesus.
Paul. Ain't got nothing. All they got is a keyboard.
Stop.
Put out there.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody needs to order him a Happy Meal.
He's so mad.
Take him to McDonald's. Get him a Happy Meal and a toy. Okay? And take him to
Papa.
Burger King and put the king crown on him. Get him a box of corn dogs. Do something positive in his life.
Corn dogs aren't going to help him.
Bullshit stories.
I wasn't trying to be hateful. It's just,
Did she say stop?
I think so.
His wife said
yourself together, which some people interpret badly.
Well, I'll be honest with you. Every one of them spineless cowards ain't got the fucking balls to come over, Paul. Ain't got nothing. All they got is a keyboard to put out there.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Chris, I got news for you. Not all of us have balls. Okay? Weirdo.
Shit stories.
I wasn't trying to be hateful. It's just, there's so many people.
Hey, Chris, newsflash, you ain't got no balls either. Project much?
Yeah. So do you plan on releasing any of the footage and pictures that you took of the house?
No. That's for me. That's for my file.
It was not an inch of my house inside or out that hasn't been publicly posted. You can find it. It's easy.
Yeah.
I mean, the pictures regardless.
Whoa, Katie. There hasn't been an inch of your house that hasn't been published? That's not true. That's not true. We've never seen Sebastian's room, the inside of Sebastian's room. As a matter of fact, I'm very curious because how in the world did you do America's Most Wanted at an Airbnb when your son went missing from his room? That just screams guilt, Katie. I hate to break it to you. I know I just told your husband he doesn't have any balls, so I know that's got to be rough after, that's a rough act to follow, but the shoe fits.
You can find the pictures of every angle.
Yeah.
On silk.
I'm sure.
Well, I will say this much. Before you make that trip to Memphis, I need to make sure, one, I'll be able to have the time to actually sit down and talk because we have concrete floors to chip below, and those hours are longer than normal. So I don't want to sit up there and waste your time and your energy or your gas and stuff coming down here if I can't actually be to sit down.
Man, he's quite the empathetic person.
Hey, let me get.
You want to waste your time, gas, or whatever.
Doesn't he drive, or isn't he a crane lift?
I think so.
Something like that.
He was.
All of a sudden, he cares about Heather Cohen and her gas, and I don't want to put you out, Heather. Oh hell, I don't want to, oh God, anything but that, right? Jeez Louise.
My file. It was not an inch of my house inside or out. It hasn't been publicly posted. You can find it. It's easy. Yeah.
I mean, the pictures, regardless, you can find the pictures of every angle.
Yeah.
On still.
I'm sure.
Well, I will say as much. Before you make that trip to Memphis, I need to make sure, one, I'll be able to have the time to actually sit down and talk, because the concrete floors are chicken low, and those hours are longer than normal. So I don't want to sit up there and waste your time and your energy or your gas and stuff coming down here if I can't actually be to sit down.
Man, he's quite the empathetic person.
Hey, let me get.
You want to waste your time, gas or whatever.
Doesn't he drive, or isn't he a crane lift?
I think so.
Something like
Voice
that.
crack.
He was. I don't know what he is now, but he was.
Why the concrete floors breaking at 1 a.m? I know they pour at 1 a.m. sometimes because of the temperatures and stuff, and on commercial projects. But why the crane operator? Why would he be there at 1 a.m. for concrete pouring?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Get your guys' phone numbers and
Sit up there and those hours are longer than talk, because the concrete floors are chicken low. Sit down and talk, because the concrete floors are chicken low.
What's he
and those
saying?
hours are longer
I don't know.
than talk,
Very,
because the concrete
right here.
floors are chicken low.
They just
And
broke.
those hours
I think he's saying concrete forms and shit to pour.
It seems like they took that part. It seems like they took that part out.
are longer than talk, because the concrete floors are chicken low, and those hours are longer than normal.
Yeah,
I
that
don't
doesn't make sense.
I don't want to sit up there and waste your time and your energy or your gas and stuff coming down here if I can't actually be to sit down.
hey, let me get your guys' phone numbers and can I just call you when I'm in Jackson tomorrow?
Send me a text.
Okay, what's your number?
Why would he be worried about her gas and her time when?
Well, he's making an out to where he doesn't have to meet with her.
Yeah, of course.
He's very non-committal to this.
Number.
Which, by the way, I mean, look, they can do whatever they want, but if somebody was willing to drive that far to see me, to help me find my stepson or my wife's son, I would definitely make the time to meet with them. I mean, I would.
Okay, and Katie, what's your number?
Yeah, I mean,
Just send me a
is he
text right
driving
now
a
with your
concrete pumper? Is that what he does?
Say that again.
Does he drive a concrete pumper? Because those are big trucks with,
Yeah, the spin.
Huh?
The spinning truck.
No, the pumper.
Oh yeah. I know what you mean.
They're stationary, and they put jacks down, and they have a big pump on it with a hose at the end that 4 or 5 guys control it, and then the trucks back up into a pour section of it, and then it pumps it up in through the hose and into the slab.
No,
But he's up in a crane. He's not going to be involved in any of that.
that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know why. Let me see. Is there anything?
So I know. If not, I'll be like,
Yeah, okay, I will.
Yeah.
Ironically, they don't bark much. I just gave them a phone. I give them each a bone, and then one of them puts it down and barks at the other for the bone that the other one has.
All right, you both have my phone number now.
Okay, so that's it for that.
Did you see Chris's face when she said that, guys? Ironically enough, the dogs. Hold on, watch. His face looks so assuming.
Let me see. Is there anything?
So I know. If not, I'll be like,
Yeah, okay, I will.
Yeah.
Ironically, they don't bark much. I just gave them a phone. I give them each a bone, and then one of them puts it down and barks at the other for the bone that the other one has.
All right, you both have my phone number now.
Okay, so that's it for that. Yeah, I mean, we went through it pretty meticulously, but any thoughts about where we stand? I mean, look, especially there at the end when Katie was sort of giving her, trafficking, and then she was like, well, it can't really be trafficking or whatever it is that she's talking about. But I found this interesting. I found it odd. Found a lot of things. What say you, Chris?
Don't leave the house. Not yet. And we want to find out about that medication schedule.
Yeah, we can
to find out if he's
back from him, maybe sleeping, working. I don't know where he is, but
whatever he's taking. No, we don't need to know what he's taking. We just need to know: was it daily? And if so, at what times? In the morning, in the evening, in the afternoon? Or are there multiple? Because that's critical, because you can chase that stuff down easily.
Yeah, right. You're right.
And if he is alive somewhere, hypothetically, then he's got to get his meds. And so there would have to be, an AKA or something to that effect. Somebody would have to have the ability to conceal the fact that he's, Sebastian. And usually that's a problem.
People keep asking, they say, did you guys discuss the recent search warrant? Well, I don't know. I don't know enough about the search warrant. I haven't been able to.
Where did they serve it?
I don't know. Let me see. Discuss. So apparently that Chris had told somebody that they served a search warrant within the first year at the house.
Okay, but he's been missing what, 2 years?
2 years, yeah.
Okay.
April 2nd, they say is when the search warrant was, but I don't think that other than that, I don't think that there's anything. But that would, look, search warrants, if they're lawyered up, a year later coming back in with a search warrant does kind of look a little odd.
Well, or they could have developed more information.
Of course, yeah.
And, what did they take up the floors? Did they pull the carpet up? Do they have a basement?
I don't think so.
I'm seeing things in here that says his family's in the construction business.
His family is, yeah. I don't know if they have a basement or not, though.
That's a problem.
Yeah. So does anybody know if this house has a basement?
Well, they were in the backyard. They took cameras. They took up some carpet. Okay.
The garage floor.
Girl mom. They took electronics. Well, good.
There you go.
That's good stuff. Only a crawl space. Okay. No basement. Interesting.
It is.
They build mansions. Huh. Okay. So they're in his family or her family?
His family.
Oh, so they're in the construction.
Yeah, property development type stuff. Yeah.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, why is he a crane operator then?
Probably because they don't want him to work for them. He'd be an HR nightmare.
Imagine that. You mean the meat grinder?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Chris,
I'm going to let you run.
I appreciate it.
You got a bunch of stuff up there. There's start. All right. As always, thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll keep on. We'll keep talking about it.
Yes, definitely. Rock on. We'll keep moving. And Rats, it's great seeing everybody and some of our subs. Thank you guys so much for being here. We got another good one coming up on Sunday, so put your seatbelts on.
All right, Sunday, make sure to hit that like button and then click the notification bell for the interview room as well. And we'll put your link in the chat. Thank you so much, guys.
Okay, have a good night, Josh. Thank you.
Take care. All right, guys, there it was. I really appreciate it. And let me see here. Let me just say some thank yous. Sirius Black becoming a member. Deanna, Sharon, thank you for.
Okay, I'm pretty sure Josh probably isn't going to talk anymore about the case. So, Joe, that's funny. She said she was asking Chris how he got out of the crane to use the bathroom. Oh, that's too funny. I bet you he was pissed. He gets mad about the littlest things. You never know what's going to set him off. So that's funny about that. But yes, we are going to be working on getting the Discord. Myself and myself and the lovely Countess of New England are working on it. But I didn't know it took a month, Joe. So I'm curious to see to hear what you are saying about that, because I know it's a lot, right? And I want different subgroups and things like that. Because yeah, the pictures, the screenshots, things that people can be aware of. Even with Devlin's case, I'm looking at doing that. So in Devlin's case, we are trying to get some more boats on the water to search for Devlin. There are only so many places. Yes, little Miss Sharon, I'm excited. It'll be fun. It'll be a good experience. I just want to make sure we put some safeguards in place and things because I know sometimes Discord can be a whole mess. Um, making him mad is an honor. And it's funny, we all just laugh at him because he's so ridiculous, right? He just like flies off the handle and you're F this and F that. And you're like, oh my gosh, It's like he goes from zero to bitch, for no reason at all. I mean, it doesn't take a lot. It's absolutely crazy. Um, so tomorrow, guys, um, well, it'll be not tomorrow, but actually it would be Friday. Devlin Tait has been missing for 7 months, right? And there are no new updates according to Tamra, who is his grandmother's sister, right? This is Devlin's family tree as kind of I've put it together, right? And so Tamara's the one in the striped shirt down there, and Sabrina's her daughter, and Devlin was last living with the two of them, along with Sabrina's boyfriend, right? Will Hartman, and Sabrina's little guy. So from a previous marriage, right? The last person to talk to Devlin was Matt Tait. So I'm hoping that Matt will allow me to do a phone interview with him where it's recorded. So we'll see about that. I'm kind of in the works of some things like that, working with the family on that. With Tamra, it's been tough. And when it comes to these cases, it's really, really difficult because we have a lot of, I mean, like Discord. Discord is a good topic right now because we have a lot of Discord as it is with these family members of Devlin's, right? Devlin's mom lives in Arizona. That's his mother, Jessica. Um, she is lost without her baby, right? She misses her son. She wants her son to be found. That's her main goal. That's all she really wants to do is find her son, Devlin. And like I said, she had asked me to give her a call, but I called her back a little bit too late. So I'm gonna have to give her a call tomorrow. But I do want to do a live stream as well with you guys tomorrow afternoon. So we'll try to shoot for that. But with Devlin's case, it's been alleged that there is some camera footage of him using his bridge card at Carl's supermarket in Lake Odessa on April 21st, 2025, around 8:21 a.m. Right. And he walks over to Lako Laundry. He was on foot. He walked from his house allegedly to Carl's supermarket. And then at that point, he bought some food with his bridge card, which is his food card. And then he makes his way to the laundromat to charge his phone. So he goes over to charge his phone and he calls Sandra, who is his adoptive mother, who should really be his great grandma. Right? There's Sandra Tait, Sandra and Bill Tait, right? Bill Tait passed away. So she was on her way to the bathroom when Devlin called, allegedly, according to Matt, and Matt spoke with Devlin. It was about 9 o'clock in the morning at that point, and they spoke for 30 minutes. Sandra never did talk to Devlin. Devlin never made contact with Sandra, even though he was calling Sandra to speak with her. Well, it seems to me that Matt intercepted the phone call and was the last one to speak with Devlin. And then Sabrina called Devlin in missing at 10:32 p.m. And we know that because we have a scanner call that came through. And with that, there was also, and it's only alleged, right, in Tamra's opinion and Sabrina's opinion, because the police did not confirm that. There was a cell phone ping at the trailer park. And Devlin, his phone pinged at that trailer park. But anyone who tried to call the phone from the police or the dispatch went straight to Devlin's voicemail. We asked Sabrina, we said, Sabrina, what did the phone do when you called it? And she said, oh, I called him on Facebook Messenger because he had me blocked. And I think that's interesting. I also find it very interesting that his phone was still on and she was able to get a ring, and it was ringing. So he had to have had it on and it had to have been charged at that point. But nevertheless, she says that, she was trying to contact him through Facebook Messenger. Now, we're still trying to build out this timeline for Devlin, and we're still working a lot behind the scenes on what could have happened to him, because there was no camera footage after Carl's. There was no camera footage at Laco Laundry, and then Devlin was never seen or heard from again, apparently. So there's a lot. And thank you, Jackie. Good night. Thanks for being here. So there's a lot to go over. And I thought, the Discord would be a good way as well for us to keep track of Devlin's case, so we can put pictures, so people can know who the players are, so we can organize some of our findings. And so I think that's going to be a really good idea. And we are also working on Christmas for AJ. So AJ is Devlin's little brother. He has the same chromosome deletion as Devlin does, but he's also autistic, and he's got a duplicate chromosome. So, there's a certain amount of challenges that AJ faces that Devlin didn't. Contrary to all of the ailments that were listed off by Tammy and Sabrina, Devlin was in pretty good shape, right? He was a smart young man. He knew his directions well. I found it funny that they put out missing posters and in the beginning saying, I'm lost. Devlin's not lost. I mean, he's very good with directions, right? So there's a lot of things that are going on, and I'm going to be presenting those to you. I've also received a slew of text messages that are proving that there was abuse in the household with Tamra and Sabrina. I do want to make it very clear that I have reached out to Tamra several times. I have talked to her several times. I have begged her to give me any proof that she has and what she's alleging to be true. And she simply refuses, right? Anything she sends me is not the evidence that she's portraying it to be. And we're going to get into that too, because just for her own sake, I'm going to go ahead and send that to her. Or excuse me, I'm going to go ahead and present what she has sent to me. Excuse me, I got that completely mixed up. But this is our Christmas for AJ campaign, right? We're doing this to help out Jessica for Christmas, because I want her focusing on how she can get a hold of resources. I want her to be able to have a nice Christmas with her son. And she very much deserves to have that. And I think that's the very least that we can do here for her. as kind of like adopt a family kind of a thing, right? So me and some of the girls are working on this. I know a lot of us have oh gosh, and it's Black Friday deals already, my lord. And so that's a good time. With my paycheck this month from YouTube, I'm going to be helping out with the cause. And we just want to make it really, really nice for her. I wish that we lived closer and I could go over there and just um, you know, have a lunch with her and AJ or something. That'd be fun. Now AJ's NPO, guys. He's he doesn't take anything by mouth. So he is on a feeding tube. He's 3 years old. Um Twists and turns. He's so adorable. I would love to show a photo of him, but I'm nervous to do it on here. I try not to show the kids. Um because of obvious reasons. Um so I'm just glad that we could do something like that special for her. Um, and I thought the wish list would be a good idea. That way she doesn't have to give out any of her personal information. Um, I also started a GoFundMe for Jessica as well because I would like to see her get this PI set up. Um, one major issue that I have with Tamra and Sabrina is that in the beginning, they were telling people that they were reaching out to the private investigators, but the private investigators said that Devlin hasn't been gone long enough, right? Which is very odd to me that they would try to push that narrative because that's just simply not true. In Michigan, you hire a private investigator, and good night, Bo. Thanks for being here. You hire that private investigator and they work for you. It's not like they're going to tell you no. If you pay them, if you offer a private investigator, a private person, right? $2,500 or something to take the case on, that's a retainer or that is going to, continue out until their gas and all of their expenses are paid for. And then you'll probably have to put more money down is how it works. They don't tell you that they're not going to help you find your missing loved one. So that is complete and utter lies and straight up BS, right? And I'm going to call it BS. And I don't care how mad Tamara wants to get. Her panties can, get untwisted the same way they got twisted. It doesn't matter to me. And we're not going to allow for this crap over here, you know? Um, it's just not okay. Sounds like someone has his phone, like he was trying to get a hold of his adopted mom for a reason. Might have been a distress call, in my opinion. And you see, people have been thinking that as well. With the phone situation. As in there might have been another phone. And there was some speculation. I'm trying to get some clarification on that. I wish I could get that from his family members. I just can't get it. If Jessica tells me, Lady Freedom, I have proof of this and I'm going to send it to you, she'll send it to me. She sent me over 100 text messages, you know, and thank you so much, Little Miss Sharon, for your super sticker. Thank you. Good night, Lori. Good night. And so, that's the thing. And that's what we're dealing with from this other side of the family. I don't think it's safe for Jess to go over there. I really don't. I don't think it's safe for her to go back home because she is from the area where she doesn't have a lot of people to protect her and watch out for her. I do know that our friend Carrie from chat here is going to be making her way over and she's going to be passing out flyers for Devlin. And I believe it's going to be here soon. I think it's going to be next weekend or sometime. So I just wanted to let you guys know that we're still working on the details, but I'd really like to do sort of like a documentary style on Devlin. So that way you guys can go watch it and we'll put all the pieces together that we have thus far. So I'll be working on that. But I also want to show you guys some of these text messages that Jessica sent over to me. So I'll be working on putting that together. So we'll probably do a live about Devlin tomorrow during the day. And Detroit, we're also working on the resources that you sent over. I know it's just so much for her. It is. It really is. It's tough. And I can't share what's going on with the searches because, again, in my opinion, Tamra is wreaking havoc. All I asked her to do was please share the flyer. Share the flyer that I made for Devlin, calling all of the fishermen and asking them for help with their boats and sonar. Could you please do that? Would you please do that, Tamara? It looked kind of like this, guys, but it was longer and it had the three bigger lakes by them. And I recognize that that's not the only lakes that are out there. Well, we need help with all the lakes that are out there. So if you know about some lakes that I missed, oh, by golly, George, you get them on there and you get your boats out there. Come on. I'm not playing games here. I find it interesting that instead of passing out this flyer and sharing out this flyer that I made for Devlin, asking the boats and sonar and the people to help us, that it seems to me that, and I haven't seen it, and so maybe she hasn't posted it yet, but I gave it to her weeks ago. And she has not shared it. So what's up with that, Tammy? Tam? What's going on? Why are you not sharing a flyer that everyone else has had no problem sharing? Are you worried that we're going to find something in the water, Tam? And I saw your nasty email that you sent to me today. I'm not responding to it because I don't have time. I don't have time for liars. So as soon as you're ready to be truthful and honest with me, maybe I might talk to you again. Right? Why don't you start with sending me the proof that you told me that you were going to send to me when you were in here bashing Jessica left and right? Let's start there because I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to like the proof that you see from her that's come out. I don't think my audience is going to appreciate it much either because we are talking about a missing Devlin Tait. And he'll be missing on Friday for 7 months. So maybe you can start sending me over that information, or maybe you could share the flyer that I made. That would be nice. Something more productive than telling people to kiss your ass on Facebook. That would be more productive, right? So that's all I have for Devlin because there's a lot more to come. And like I said, I would really, really, really like to get a good documentary style on Devlin's case. That way we have a good how do we say, a good timeline of events to the best that we can do. Jessica also shared with me some text messages from when Devlin was living at the Michigan militia house. Yes, twists and turns. That is going to be the one in the striped shirt there. And I actually have a better because they're the big ones that are out there, causing trouble on the internet and acting so silly. They're not acting like a grown lady would act by any means. That they're just not. That's not how a grown-up acts, Tammy. When you said that you're gonna send me proof, and she's in the striped shirt, and you never sent me any proof of what you're talking about, how am I supposed to believe you over Jessica? Or are you just gonna get so mad and angry, and you're so used to people just giving you what you want, like Chris Proudfoot, you get so mad and angry that you think that's going to work on me, because it's not. I'm like a dog with a bone. We're going to find Devlin. It's only a matter of time. So you better hope and pray that you don't have guilty knowledge, because if you do, I'll find out, because I've already found out a lot. Right? It's funny when you ask people who are truthful with you what you find out. But you're not being truthful. Thank you. Thanks, Detroit. I appreciate that. Yeah, we need some more coverage for Devlin. I know that Christina Randall went over Sebastian's case before. Um, I just know that a lot of times it's hard to get the coverage, especially when you try to do your research and you're being harassed and treated rudely by the family, and you're trying to be as nice as you can be to them. I mean, I've been as nice as I can be with Tamara. I really have. I really have. I've been so kind to her. I've told her, I feel for the situation. I feel for your family. What can I do? She doesn't want to do anything besides sit there and talk bad about his mother who lives in Arizona. So I figure, all right, well then I'll start talking to other sources and see what we come up with. Nobody has a kind word to say about Tamra. Tamra just goes around upsetting everybody she comes into contact with. Yeah, they do. CC, I agree with that. I know 100% fact that LE uses social media platforms to get info on crimes, especially for catching drug dealers, civil unrest, and they also get warrants to monitor cell phone conversations. Yeah, they do. They absolutely do. So, and Jessica has even shared with me that they've looked into her Google accounts and stuff. And she sent me the actual document that Google sent to her when the police were looking. They have searched her house 3 times. 3 times. Jessica doesn't have family members or friends uh, in the area, um, with the exception of a few. And actually, I've even talked to some of them. Right. I've interviewed them. And I have one more that I still need to interview. Right? Because I want to get to the bottom of it and see what's going on. So, and unfortunately, I hate to say this, and I'm hoping that somebody proves me wrong. I'm hoping that somebody proves me wrong, but I don't know that any of these bigger people are going to take on Devlin's case because it's not high profile and his family doesn't have a lot of money. They're not the ideal victims that they can put out there and um, try to dress up for their show. And I'm sorry, but I've really, Sebastian Rogers' case has really opened my eyes to how the mainstream media doesn't give a rat's ass about these kids. Nancy Grace included. Sorry, Nancy. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. Because we've written to people too. Absolutely, women's warrior. We've tried. And we're still trying. We're not going to give up. It doesn't mean we give up. I'm just saying I don't think that she's going to cover Devlin's case. I don't. I don't. She could. I would hope that maybe she would, but I could see them doing way more harm than good. Right? Let's see how well we can polish up these turds over here. Make it ready for prime time. No thanks. You know? I mean, we could try, but she wouldn't be my top pick. Honestly, none of them would be at this point. Right? Because Devlin actually needs coverage. He doesn't need more crap in his case. And guys, the fuckery is off the chains in this case, right? Because it's been festering for now 7 months on Facebook, and everybody involved is doing nothing to help and everything to hurt the case. Detroit says she wants help, but she's not helping. The more she questions, the less she does. Why? I know. I feel that way too. What is she afraid of coming out, in my opinion? I know. And Detroit, and the thing is that she's trying to hinder the searches, or she would share the flyer. What could it hurt? I mean, it's really weird. It's really weird that she won't share that flyer, and instead she did something different. So instead she goes on the internet and bashes Jessica some more. Does that help find Devlin? Does that make her feel better? What? Because all it does in my eyes is make her look like a loser, an idiot, a fool, an ass. So way to go. So not only are you not passing out the flyer that I prepared for Devlin to help find him, to help actually search, because you're not going to find him if you don't search, Tamara. So where you at? Where you at? Because you should have been doing this months ago. Not crying on the internet, playing the violin for yourself, and being rude, crude, and unbelievably vile to his mother. I don't know why it gets your goat that Jessica is his mother. You're never going to change that. That was up to God, not you. Right? So what's the deal? Maybe you can send me another nasty email. Yeah, I'm done with them too, Faye, for that. I really am. I can't do it. No way. Thank you. And that's it. I stopped watching Nancy and Vinny after putting SF on the panel. So did I. And I told Nancy I think it's really, horrible of her for doing that. I can't help it. She knows. She has to know. I mean, what are these kids? Do you get men in blacked after you cover these missing child's cases? Because it seems like they do. Because I'm busy too, but I don't have a producer. I don't have a writer. I don't have a friggin' teleprompter. I can remember everything about Sebastian's case. I can remember everything about Devlin's case. Yeah, Ashley Banfield too. They all suck. Oh yeah, here, Jessica. Here, go to these people who aren't going to help you a lick. And I'm not trying to bash you, Women's Warrior. I appreciate you, hon. I do. I just think it's bull crap. What they did to Sebastian. Oh, hey, America's Most Wanted. Why don't we show only half the lights video and make it seem like Sebastian walked out of the house by himself? Why? So you don't make the cops look bad because they were complaining that you were there? Who are you guys working for? Is it the victims or is it yourselves? Is it your own interest or is it their best interest? Because I don't see anybody working in Sebastian's best interest or Devlin's best interest besides their parents, Devlin's mother, Jessica, and Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father. In my opinion. Women's Warrior says, "Oh, I get it, lady. It's shocking and disgusting. I might know someone who will talk about Devlin. She's in the UK, but she has a big following." Yeah, there you go, Women's Warrior. I mean, I appreciate that. Like I said, we can try. I just don't think that they're going to do it. They're all about money. They're about lining their pockets, and they're about, let's find a likable victim. Let's find the cutest little kid that we can out there, and we'll promote that kid. I mean, it's horrible. And I can't stand fish sticks. He's lucky I didn't sue him for defamation. He's real lucky. But I got bigger fish to fry and better things to do. So, yeah. Netflix does a better job, little Miss Sharon. Oh my goodness. Well, and I've always liked Ashley Banfield. I've always liked all of them. I wanted to go to CrimeCon, but I'm like, for what? What do you go to CrimeCon for? So we can take pictures with these people and they've done these kids dirty. No thanks. I'm good. I'm good. So, anyway, guys, I better hop off of here. And thank you so much for all of you guys being here to listen about Sebastian and Devlin and Summer Wells. We're going to go ahead and keep on trucking along tomorrow. Like I said, I need to make a phone call. I know Jess wakes up at, very early. So hopefully I'll be able to get to talk to her, get a couple hours of sleep, or I might do an earlier show and just, pull an all-nighter, do one more show. So either way, um, you know, the victims are what matter. We are going to be doing a complete revamp on the channel coming into the new year. So look out for those changes. It's going to be really exciting. And then we're also going to get our Discord rolling. Right. And we're gonna make sure that we can get some good groups in there for us all. I'd like to have one for our mods, right? Just for us all to, have a place to gather, talk, share links, right? Share, information. And then I would, I'd also like to have one that's kind of private that when we're working on some cases. So I haven't really gotten the structure together, but I'm excited for it. So thank you, little Miss Sharon. Thank you so much. And I think it'll be a good place for us. I just want to make sure we keep it about the cases, about the victims. We're going to be more victim focused going into this new year. I will be on YouTube for 2 years in March of next year of 26. And I really want to push us forward and onward and upward, getting these getting resources out to families fast, and reaching out and trying to see what we can do to help, because Don B really got me thinking. We want it to be a good environment here, don't we? And Women's Warrior, you're very inspiring with all of that as well. So we can all put our heads together and see what we can do there. Yeah, he's on Court TV all the time. That's what I'm saying. Like, I just can't get down with that. Next thing you know, Fishy will be trying to, get in good with Jessica, or something weird. It's like, what? So you cannot find Devlin? How many kids have you found? You haven't found any of them, drone boy. Why don't you stay in your lane? Sorry. But yeah, yeah, and with that, we just want to keep moving forward and get out of this trauma algorithm that we're in and stuff like that. I think it'd be a good thing. And just kind of build a good network of people, and I can't say thank you so much, Faye. I can't say enough how much I really appreciate you guys, because you guys are always coming in here, always have great questions, and you do stay focused on the victims. And moving forward, we're going to be doing a lot more of that. So all right, everyone, you have a great rest of the night. Hey, Sandwich. You guys all have a great rest of your night, day, and I will see you all tomorrow. Thank you.